No one talked crap about me being late. Late.
Good.
Oh, never mind.
There it is.
Yeah. I almost made the time for 6:05 just to be funny.
Yeah.
But then I probably wouldn't get on till 6:08.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a minute late. Minute later than I usually am.
You got to keep them on their toes,
I was looking stuff up as usual. I was trying to find the R3. Welcome to R3. You went to that one year.
Yeah, last year.
And
I got the email this year, but I wasn't going to make it.
I'm trying not to mess it up. I took my 2 boys this year.
That's good. Good for them.
What does it stand for? You remember everything.
Recruitment,
retention, reactivation.
Yeah.
I knew that, kind of. So Game and Fish, Ryan went with me this year. This guy who's talking about my family. Not my family, or I'd have some of them dogs. What's going on in Mississippi? Well, let me talk. First of all, we had the R3 meeting this year. And R3 it's kind of like a networking for everybody. Central Arkansas. I've tried to get people on for the Virginia and Mississippi stuff. Just not working out so much because of the schedule. But anyways, R3 meeting, and if anybody in Arizona has a group or a organization, let me know. Just azwda@outlook.com. And next year I'll invite you. I'll send the invite out. But we had Trout USA, the Trout group there, the Falconry group. He brought an eagle.
Oh yeah,
I think it's a golden eagle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who brought it?
That dude we met at the April 11th meeting. The darker dude, skinny dark guy. I don't remember his name. I don't remember names, but he was there.
I'm trying to think of who had an eagle permit right now. But yeah, that makes sense.
I try to tell people if you have an eagle, you're probably like super master guy, like master of the universe.
You have to be a master falconer, and then you still have to have like so many. There's a lot of criteria you have to have signed off on before you can get an eagle permit, and then you got to get a permit to catch an eagle, which is a pain, in itself.
Yep. So in Mississippi, I heard they shot it down. I think I heard that. I didn't do my homework.
Have you talked to Heath at all?
No.
Yeah.
I haven't. I've been busy.
So he'd be a good one for Virginia anyways. I don't know anybody in Mississippi anymore.
In Virginia, I got gosh dang it, Lambert.
George, yeah. George is there. Wayne is there.
And from what the sounds like it was on their post today, I texted him to see if he got service, he could jump on for a few minutes. And it didn't sound good.
Yeah.
We got some of our own stuff coming in too. The HB 2749? 4927. I don't know. Let me look it up. I was working on a truck today. I was working on my limousine. That's going to be my thing I haul around my mules in. And my dogs. I sent that to Jared. HB 2497. That's kind of close. And it's the right to hunt state. And everybody's like, yay, but there is some issues with some of that stuff.
Yeah.
There's pros and cons. So, and I looked up a lot of it today, and then I went to good old ChatGPT and told me to kind of blow through it and tell me the pros and cons on that, and then double checked all the sources. But I don't know. The people pushed. One of the guys I think that was said that voted for it too was DS, the guy who tried the dog thing.
Yeah. Are they sneaking some bullshit in there on it? Are they
not necessarily a whole bunch of crap, but it's I don't want to say too much over the air, because then people watch us.
Yeah, I'll just read it.
There's some issues. Yeah, I'll send it to you. But there's some issues that Arizona's checking into before anybody. Last time they supported a bill, they got hammered because they were pieces of crap for trying to save our wildlife. So
yeah.
So as far as Mississippi, I think one got shot down and another one made it through the committee. All the fun. Look at Jared. He loves talking about this. He loves it. He always calls me and says, "What are we talking about?" I said, "Whatever you want." First thing out of his mouth today, as long as it ain't politics. I said, "I got to put stuff out there."
He loves the politics now. He just pretends.
I pay attention to it, but I fucking hate talking about it.
I didn't get to talk to that guy.
I
was talking to somebody else, more like not more important, but more important to what I needed to talk to about. So then Ryan kind of he even put a nice post about me and lied and everything. Said my kids were good.
Oh, that's nice having.
They were good till about the last 30 minutes. And they were like a couple kids in church in the pews in the very back, snickering and laughing, and I had to give them the evil eye. So, but the Golden Eagle is from the Arizona.
There's an rack with that.
It is their Golden Eagle ambassador.
That's cool. Yeah, I wonder.
Big bird.
Yeah, they are big. Is it do you know, is it a female or is it a male?
I don't know. Ryan would know. I'd have just sent Ryan a link. He's probably smarter than I am. You want to get on, Ryan? You want to get on, Ryan? I don't know if he wants to. I don't want to know if he wants to be famous.
Infamous, maybe.
Infamous is right. Let me see.
Big callers.
Yeah, he made a lot of posts and then kind of went down on himself about not being involved enough, which, Ryan was kind of like, how much I do, and you just never feel like you do enough, know. But, it's hard to talk to everybody. I talk to many people as I can, and if there's any game and fish there. The problem with the game and fish is it's like public, so you got to be careful.
Yeah.
Like you can't just talk to a commissioner like a buddy because you know what I mean?
Yeah. You just don't want to say nothing to nobody that you wouldn't want published in the fucking New York Times tomorrow morning.
Right. I guess Ryan. Is that hell no? I don't want to get on.
Oh, hell no. The guy from the Raptor Forum told him. Nah.
Yeah. So, but that R3 you was there last year. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
Good networking. When we got there, Ryan, it's kind of boring. They go through the whole thing in the first. Ryan said, well, "What are you doing here?" I said, "It's networking."
Yeah.
And once you get into it, it's a cool deal. And I did bring my two boys, and shoot, they stood up, introduced themselves, and at the end, they're like, "What did you take from this?" And they stood up and did that too. So, things you got to do.
Yeah, I'd like to have been able to make it. That's a good event.
Things Jared does not like to do. Jared's like Brett Vaughn. He's better just out there by himself.
I don't do good talking to people because then I say stuff and they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Never mind."
What can we do to help George Lambert? I think I don't know if they're. Oh wait, that was California. California doing some dumb stuff too.
A lot of that going around these days.
Yeah, they're
Well,
trying
it's an
to.
election year.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what's going on in California. I just started reading some of.
They're California's trying to protect the lion.
Yeah,
And-
trying to list them as it's like that guy was talking about last spring, trying to list that subpopulation as its own species. Some bullshit.
Something like that. And then, California's got the wolf deal going on right now too. Pretty hard and heavy.
Yeah.
And I don't think someone from California could, correct me on this, but I think those wolves showed up on their own.
There was a couple that showed up on their own.
I don't know if they did.
That's what I got from it too.
I think they come out of Oregon, if I think correctly.
Or did they show up on their own?
I think they showed up on their own. Yeah, no, I hear you. You never can trust anything with that state.
Yeah, right.
But
did they show up on their own, or did they get dropped off?
Yeah, I mean, you always got that side of the conversation, but
well, I mean, no one cares about that when you got a halftime show in Spanish. That's the big deal right now. That's what's trending right now.
I didn't even watch the Super Bowl.
I forgot it was happening until they was listening to it over here. And I was like, oh, I'll be darned.
It's the only football game I watch. And I'm not.
I don't even watch
a football game. I'd rather watch highlights.
I couldn't.
I do. That's what I do. I watch the highlights. I'm not much of a sports guy, but I like to keep up on it a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, Georgia's in Virginia, but if you look up Facebook, Army of Orange, those guys have been in it. So go to Facebook and look up Army of Orange. Those guys post all the time, and they're dealing with all that.
But
we're just a couple retards trying to talk about hounds, pretend we know what we're talking about.
I've been unplugged lately with all this work, and I should have been paying more attention to what's going on. I feel like I blinked twice, and the whole world's trying to catch fire on.
Yeah. Well,
I'm terrible at it. I just keep to my own little world, and this time of year, anyway, I just keep to my own little spot and don't think anything outside of it.
I usually try to stay pretty plugged in, but it's this winter's been tumultuous.
Yeah.
There we go with the big words again.
It's been
Can't say busy. Gotta say tumultuous.
It's been busy. Yeah,
there we go. There we go.
Brett put out a video today, Jeremiah. He said, Brett, if you're watching, hope you're doing good and not too lonesome for the saddle yet. But he just put out a video because he got a little bit of health stuff going on. So he's not going to be able to ride for a couple weeks to a month, if not longer.
That's rough.
He's Brett's not somebody that will sit in a chair and die. So, but if you go to Born 100 Years Too Late, he sits down and tells you what's going on. Wolves now, where's that at? What's the new laws that hunting nations passed a bill? Hunting nations passed a bill, maybe, where we can hunt the wolves now, the way I understand it.
I don't know what state, because you can hunt wolves in Washington, Idaho. I can't, and Wyoming.
Yeah, and Wyoming for sure. I think Montana also, but I'm not.
You can hunt wolves in Montana.
Yeah,
I remember when I lived in Montana, I tried to. I wasn't successful at it.
Well, where's the Yellowstone border?
So
Idaho,
Yellowstone is on Montana. Yellowstone's actually in Montana, Wyoming, and a small little corner Idaho.
Yeah. But those wolves come out of there and they whack them.
Yeah.
In Wyoming,
everybody prays for them, and
yeah, you got
5042 got murdered.
Yeah, they go and like you got Gallatin Valley there right outside Yellowstone where they go and knock them down right out in the Montana side outside of Yellowstone and all that stuff.
Yep.
They get into
Where-
Wyoming and they treat them like a coyote and stack them up.
So
Where's Benny Boy? Benny Boy is at home making pasta. He got some big deal going on.
I took Sarah out for pasta tonight for Valentine's Day.
She's not
There
going to
you
be
go.
around.
I go up to
Valentine's?
Prescott. I go up to Prescott and hang out with Dustin.
Oh, that's right.
I leave tomorrow.
That is right. What is today? 9th, 10th, 11th? Holy crap.
Something like that. But yeah, I go hang out with Dustin tomorrow for 4, 5, 6 days and
Y'all boys been hunting, been catching
I
anything?
thought about heading that way just to record.
okay. Shit, talk to Dustin about it. I don't know nothing
I
about
did.
it. Okay.
He was going to talk to the other dude. Kinda
Yeah,
nice.
we've been out. We've been doing okay. Haven't been catching the world, but we've been doing good enough for me, I guess.
That's good,
Catching
man.
up. Your dog's in shape.
Yeah, they're in shape. They're looking good. I got a dog with an infection right now. I'm trying to knock out of, but
From what?
we caught a lion the other day, and she caught a fingernail on the inside of her mouth.
Mm.
It's not bad. It's just swelled up a little bit. She's on antibiotic, and then we we dabble a little bit of hydrogen peroxide, and then make sure you don't want it going down their throat or nothing, and then kind of
Yeah.
flush it out that way. And Sarah was cutting the dead skin out of her gums, and
How is the dog doing?
she holds still pretty good, so she does pretty good with it.
Good deal.
That's one thing you got to do when you get them pups is just open their mouth, put your hand down their throat. You know what I mean? Put your hand in their mouth, screw with their gums, put them on their backs, pin their legs down. Once you can do that with a pup, when they get to 30, 40 pounds, it's way easier to deal with when they got shit going wrong with them.
Yeah. That's fact.
I hadn't even heard of Hunting Nation. I guess
Well,
I
now
should
you
look it
have.
up.
Maybe you should pay
Mhm.
attention, Chris.
I don't. You know what I did today?
What?
I took this truck right here
Mm-hmm.
and I did this.
You're just like Rowdy.
Wait till I get to this truck.
Yeah. You're just like Rowdy. I talked to Rowdy the other day, and
He's worse than I am. I don't know. I haven't mechanicked hard for a while. I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
you what.
but Rowdy, he's like, hey, he's like, I got some open time. I'm gonna start hunting a lot more, and then all of a sudden, like, bam, he's got something going on with his dog kennels. He's got to finish up, and I'm like, dude, it's freaking January. Screw them dog kennels. Get out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fix
Once
it.
I get them done, I'll go out hunting again. I'm like, no, you won't. You're gonna start another project. I know you.
Yeah.
I've known him for
Well, I
5
started
years.
this, but I'm going out tomorrow.
Yeah. I
So,
should be going out tomorrow. I should have gone out today, but I'm getting ready to go head up to Dustin's. So
I thought it was
I
gonna
wish I
rain.
was going out tomorrow.
You just go to work.
Yeah, that's all I do is work. I forget what my dogs look like.
I'm not. I only got a couple more months of hunting, and then I'm going back to slave labor. So,
You going back to Nevada?
oh, I'm guessing so. We'll see what the wife says.
Yep.
There you go. I'm going back to Nevada.
Yep.
So we'll see. I mean, I still go out and do a little bit out there, but it's nothing, too crazy hard.
But they're open all year.
Yeah, they're open all year, and you can hunt them at night. So you start at 3:30 and 4 in the morning, and you're done by 8.
And it cools down.
Yeah,
I love being able to hunt at night, man. It's so good.
it's fun. I mean, I'm not a fan of it in the mountains, obviously, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
I
allowed
remember.
to kill at night. I would take just being able to hunt at night here. Pursuit.
Yeah, I remember one time the dogs caught a lion in this tree. Shit, they were 200 yards above me for 2.5 hours, and it took me forever to figure out how to get up there because big old sheer wall rock ledge.
At
It
night.
took me at night, and I hit it with a spotlight, and I couldn't see the end of the wall on each side. And this is before Onyx, and I'm like, God dang, how the hell do I get around this son bitch?
Commercials. I'll have to go fix that.
Commercials, huh?
It might be set. I don't usually have it on. I don't usually have it on monetize on these. I change it to later.
Mm.
Let me check. Oh, it is. I'll turn them off. I don't know why it's on. All right. You should not get no more commercials. I hate that. We did that with Monday Night Live.
The text best.
There you go.
2 for 3.
H&R Block, different rental cars. Oh, said I could make 175% more money if I monetized my lives.
Oh, there you go.
What's
Instead
0
of
times
75 cents, you can make
$175?
$1.75.
If you don't want commercials, become a member. Only costs you $3 a month. And you get videos early. And I got 4 members.
Boy, howdy.
One of them is usually on here. Oh, Anderson. I just learned how to go look at my members and stuff. I haven't been real good on YouTube for the last year. Only thing I've been doing is the lives, which kept me alive.
Yeah.
But I've been just busy.
It's been
And I got tired of being busy. So today I got up, called my son-in-law who's off on maternity leave. Speaking of no good degenerate.
That's you.
There he is.
Hey, Chris, I guess y'all taught Jared how to use AI, huh?
What is it?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I was just.
I said, I guess y'all taught Jared how to use AI. He's been sending me pictures of mountain lions.
You don't catch mountain lions. We don't talk about it. What he does is he takes a picture, runs it off to another tree or a bluff, takes another picture.
Yeah.
And then what he does is he screenshots it. That way you don't see the metadata.
That's right.
There you go.
So you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Yep.
It is what it is.
Well,
Google
I
image.
gotta look like I'm staying busy.
What you can do is take pictures and post them all the time with a location like Sierra Vista, Benson, all these places that you're 200-300 miles from. That way the game wardens go that way.
Yep.
Post them at Sholo.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Maricopa.
I was looking. You still got like 3-4 lines left in your country.
I'm surprised 3C is still open. Probably where I'll go tomorrow. Well, that's just where I'll go tomorrow is all I say.
That's a pretty good unit.
Yeah. I'm not going to tell anybody I have them all over my cameras over there.
There you go.
In 3C. I'll be in 3C tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Checking my cameras.
Yep.
And bait piles.
And bait piles.
3C.
Yep. That's a good one you got right there along the bottom of the unit. That's a good lineup. Good line of cameras there.
Right on the res.
Yep, right on that edge.
I'll get them on this side or that side. Don't matter to me.
Either way, yeah.
Yeah.
If you come in from the bottom, there's less game wardens anyway.
You guys see any game wardens on a mule? No. You guys see any native game wardens on a mule? No. So anyway, I'll go out tomorrow.
Don't tell Legend. He'll start riding one of your new mules.
Yeah.
I told him to take my Chupacabra home, my Mustang. He says I don't have to feed it. I said, well, then you're not going to get to use it.
You got to feed the son of a bitch.
Yeah, you'll leave it here and just come get it when I'm not home. I'm still getting commercials. It'll go away. It'll go away. You're probably just lagging behind. I turned it off. Let me double check. It's off. So you'll be all right.
You been doing any hunting, Jeremy?
Oh, wait. I turned off the
Yes,
wrong
sir.
one. Hang on.
Heck yeah.
Have you ran into Jared Fay down in that country yet or no?
Not yet. He's waiting on his boots to get here because we got deep water.
Gotcha. Shit, just tell him he's on that big money job. Just tell him to go buy another pair.
There.
Well, he is. He's got them ordered, but you got to
Yeah,
have
he-
hip boots,
Getting
not
some
hiking
dog
boots. So,
You're going to need him some waders.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm kind of mad because my brand new pair's already got a hole in both boots.
Man,
Man.
I went to Arkansas, bought a pair, 200
What's
bucks.
your address? I'll ship his dog to you.
No hables.
It's a real good dog. Real good dog.
Yeah, I got one I can't hardly catch. I don't need another one.
Oh, you already
She's-
know.
She's a good dog. There's nothing wrong with her. I mean, I'll yell her name and she'll come within 3 feet of me, and that's it.
I
You
turned the
don't wanna
commercials
Lariat?
off. I turned the commercials off. I probably do make money on it, but who wants to watch a live with commercials?
Yeah.
I'll monetize it right after we jump off because I get more views after, anyways.
Mhm.
But
Mm-hmm.
no, I like that little dog of his. It's just trying to put a collar on her and catching her.
That's kind of a weird dog because that dog stays by you, right?
No, she'll go off, and you can
No, like-
holler at her and you say
like
her
you can-
name, and she'll come up within, 3-10 feet of you and go off and go about do her business again. It's just you
Did he
can't
get
put
a
a
new
hand on
dog?
her. You can't
Did he
put a
get a
hand
new-
on her.
He get a new dog, or is it that
No,
puppy he got?
It's a puppy he got. She's a good dog. He got her from Casey. Oh, excuse me.
Acts
And-
just like mine then.
Yeah, and god dang.
Take her.
Yeah, my wife Sarah hates her. But she's not dumb. She's got a good brain on her. It's just you can't put a hand on her. And it's like you little stinker. I still gotta collar you.
She black and tan too.
No, she's real
Red.
light, or she's real light colored.
Little red dog, yellow dog, whatever.
I'm gonna get me a walker dog once I get my house. Now I'm over in this country.
I don't know what this dog does, Rick. It's
It
6
runs.
months old, and I'm still trying to get it to hunt, but I can't
Well,
take it
mine
out
hunts
hunting yet.
everything. She ain't quite figured out nothing yet. I'm taking
Yeah.
her squirrel hunting and coon hunting. She likes the squirrels better,
It's just more action.
and she
Is this
likes
one-
she likes cats a lot.
There you
Didn't
go.
you already put her on a rope, Jared?
Dude, if you can catch that dog and get a collar on her or a rope, she's set for life. She's done deal. Awesome. But you go and just let her, you know how I let my dogs run around my yard? You go and let her out in the yard. If she doesn't jump up in that dog box with everyone else, I can't catch her. I can't catch her to throw her in the dog box. So I got to unload everyone out of the dog box, make sure she's paying attention to them, and reload everyone so she gets in there with them.
Yeah.
It's just a little annoying little thing. I mean, every dog's got their quirk.
Yeah.
If it was my dog, I'd figure out how to get around it, but it's Jared's dog, so I ain't messing with it.
Well, mine, I let her out of the pen because she stays pinned up all day. And she goes and chases the cats and comes under the back porch. You put her perimeter collar on her, and then she's fine if you try to catch her before dark. After dark, no, sir.
Yep.
You're going to be there working with her for 15, 20 minutes, and she'll finally just give up and come to you.
It took me an hour. I remember I had a hunt, and I had to load up all the dogs, and she would not load up that day, and it took me an hour to get her caught in the corner of a yard. of the yard. I was about as red hot as it could get. But she's getting there. I mean, she's just a coyote. It's how dogs get, or some dogs are. My buddy, that's all he loved.
He wants to rehome her.
If I had that option, I would, but I don't have that
But it's
option.
not his dog to rehome.
It's not my dog.
Yeah, my wife feels about like yours, Jared.
Oh yeah, Sarah gets mad because she's every now and then she'll have, like the other night I was out at my buddy's place working on the horse trailer, and frickin' she texts me, says she's putting dogs up and she can't catch her, and I'm just like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I can't catch her either. But
Was she talking back there?
oh, her bird dog's in the house running around.
Oh.
He's just being a little shithead is all.
That's mine here.
Yeah.
No. Which one? That's Jared's dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, it chases cats and don't come back.
Yeah, he's gonna be ruined for life because he's got him a light and some boots on the way. So
Oh, it's over now, boys.
He's gonna be a coon hunter.
I
2
told
weeks
him, I'm
ago
like,
we didn't have any water though, so he could have came with his regular old work boots, but now
Yeah.
it's deep.
yeah.
Man, I'm ready to get me a good coon dog. We got tangles in them things down here, man, and nobody hunts.
Well, Casey and Diana found my little stowaway.
Yeah.
His little jump dog, Jared. You know what I'm talking about? The little high tan.
Mm-hmm.
She treed one right there by the bunkhouse.
What is which dog? Where did you get that dog? Is that one of Casey's dogs?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I got one where my sister's trying to rehome. Little black and tan.
Oh, I know right where to send that one. Right there, that fella.
He didn't
He
want
likes in that collar.
That's
I
probably
do.
where mine is.
I do, but I got a different. I don't know. I'm getting some pups here in a little bit. I don't know if they'll be black and tans, or I got another guy out of Texas. He called me the other day thinking about sending me a pup, so we'll see. I don't like puppies. I like 1 or 2 a year, and not even one. I'll take 2 or 3 a year, and that's it.
Just
I'm probably
dumping them
gonna
with the big dogs.
I'm probably
Just dump them with the big dog.
Yeah, that's all. I don't do any trainers or anything. I just take them hunting, and if they make it, they make it. If not, yeah, they live in the house with Sarah for until they're about 4 or 5 months old, and then once they're old enough to keep up, then they start going out. But I don't do any trainers or nothing. I just take them out with the dogs.
See if they're smart enough to learn off the older ones.
Yeah, I mean that's 90% of it.
I'm probably have to go pretty damn far for my next one. And
My-
I don't know, Missouri, Oklahoma, somewhere.
I saw a guy treat a lion with a Leica and a plot the other day.
Yeah,
He wasn't British Columbia, but
yeah, I helped.
I
that
found out the other day that little puppy I got from Casey don't like hogs, which is not a bad thing. 2 Walker Gyps of mine caught a bunch of little pigs in a thicket, and she come running back to me saying, "Hey, I don't like what's in there."
That's the dog you got from Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't know what pigs are. They get
mine over here. I'm gonna turn my Corellian loose on them pigs, man. Be a good time.
I took my cur dog last night, and he was after him. We just wasn't in the thick stuff where they were at.
I wish you had some pig. They have pigs here. One of my buddies shot a bunch of them because they got off a ranch. But
You don't
We
want
should've-
them
I
stinking
don't want any of
things.
them. I don't want any of them.
I just wanted
Already
some
have a hard
chorizo.
enough time.
I just wanted me some chorizo. I wasn't gonna run my dogs on them.
You just go to Texas then. Don't bring them over here.
Yeah, we
I
got
already have a
singles
hard enough
down
time with
here,
them
man.
javelina.
They've already brought them. They've already brought them over here, New Mexico.
Yeah, I saw a group the other day, and I think it was the end of December, middle of January, out in the southeast corner.
Yeah, but those pigs have been there for a while. Those pigs
Yeah,
have been there in the 90s.
They got a hard time getting across all them mountains, I think.
There used to be a bunch of pigs down there in 36s.
Yeah.
I don't mind hunting them pigs.
Yeah. I'll run my bear dog on them. I don't care. Then I'll just go bear hunting in places that ain't got pigs and be right. I theorize that'll work out fine.
Well, I don't hunt them intentional.
No.
That cur dog does though.
Hey, have you been out at all, Jeremy?
Yep. Went
How your
last
dogs
night.
act when it's real dry like that?
They work fine down here, but
Yeah.
they're totally different out there in y'all's country.
Yeah, we're a little drier than you're dry.
Yeah. I mean, we were pretty dry for, I don't know, 3 or 4 months. And I mean, they do all right.
Did you guys get rain down there in Tucson the day, Jared?
No. No, we had clear skies today.
We were cloudy all day, but no rain.
Yeah. Same here.
We got about an inch and a half.
We'll see what this weather does this next week.
Yeah, I hope we green up soon. It's supposed to come heavy this weekend. And I'd like to get nice and green around here.
Well, it got nice and green for a little bit here, and it's already drying up.
Yeah.
Coming down through Globe, I've seen a bunch of that stuff dying out already. I was
I've been
hoping, because it's such a boring hot winter, we'd get some good April, May rain, and then July again.
That'd be nice. That'd be good for you. Get some rain through the summer. Make the fall way better. I've been going with Buddy doing wounded game recovery, man. That's been a good time.
No,
Jared's not
Mr.
trying to
Rick.
get rid of no dog. Jared just wants to get rid of a dog.
He's asking me.
That's Jeremy.
Nope.
No, that's going to be my secret weapon. As
Well,
soon as she figures it out. She's just too immature right now.
Yeah.
Figure by the time she's 2 years old, she ought to be something.
I got some house cat dogs, chasing dogs I can send over to you.
I got
Well, I got 6 trainers here, so
my 2 little black and tan pups. They just hit a year old and they're starting to fire pretty good. They're hitting it pretty hard.
I don't have any problem catching her when it's time to go.
I'm the one with all the damn problems trying to catch one.
I think it's that line because Kachina's out of that line too. And she was a real big booger, but 20-foot rope and some Ben Franklin stopped that real quick. They say you could ruin a dog doing that, but I've never ruined a dog to come to me.
Just depends on the dog. Like, I've never been good with coyote dogs because I lose my temper.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like dogs that if I call them, they don't come to me. I hate it.
We'll see. I've got this one on that perimeter fence, and it beeps before it shocks them. So she's pre-tone tone broke. So she goes to acting squirrely out. When I take her out, I just bump that tone button. Generally, I don't have to shock her.
When I get a new one, I just feed them out of my hand for, a week or whatever. It's back and forth between me and the old lady, or they'll fuck off and I'll call them to me, and that's the only way they eat for a while.
Yeah, these aren't food driven.
They're not. They could care less.
Well, I mean, they won't eat nothing that don't come out of my hand. Like, you know what I mean? They get food driven after a day. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying there.
Yeah, like their only meal for like the first week or two will be right out of that, and you know, a little bit. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's I don't know. That's what I always do. It's to work okay because I can't stand one that runs from me either. It pisses me right off. So I try to head it off at fast.
Casey's got a couple like that that are, grown. They'll let you collar them, put them on a chain, unchain them, whatever. But when they're off the chain, they care less that you're even there.
Yep.
But they hunt.
Yeah,
Dude, Casey's got some damn nice dogs. I like Casey's dogs.
Some lines are like that, you know.
Well, Casey also unchains and goes right out of his yard.
Yeah.
The big difference when they're used to getting loaded up every time you leave.
Well, he leaves them out for, till they, take 2 or 3 days to come back. And then he finally chains them up.
Yeah.
But they'll always come back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. My buddy, not Casey, but I had a buddy that all his dogs were coyotes, and you couldn't, he'd tell you, go like, hey, you're going that way, catch my dog. And I'm like, dude, I can't catch your dog. I'll go there and hopefully it chases a truck down the road, But he had coyote dogs, but no one ever stole his dogs either.
Yeah.
Mine tried to load up the other day on the buggy, but she can't jump that high yet.
Yeah.
That was the first. Normally she goes and gets on the front, which I don't care. A win's a win.
Mm-hmm.
My wife's painting.
Oh. What's Chris saying? I can't hear him.
It's because I had my mic on mute.
Oh.
I guess it don't work when it's on mute.
No.
I say when I've caught people's dog just by driving, and I got the dogs in the truck, so stop them open that tailgate. Sometimes they'll jump up on that tailgate, but it's kind of scary grabbing other people's dogs.
Yep.
Yeah, you might grab an alligator.
Kind of scary when somebody else catches your dog and you looking on the damn tracker and your dog starts going 40 mile an hour down the fucking road.
That's me.
I'm glad it was too. I was raw. I was like, there's one motherfucker in this whole mountain that could pick my dog up and me not have a problem with it, and it sure was Chris. I was damn glad.
I knew you were over on that other side. I said, no, you could tell they were already, they did it. They're running. I said, well, he has a GPS. He'll find me.
Yeah.
I thought I had somebody trying to pick one of my dogs up the other day. Come to find out it was a old man that was drunk and had a little young teenager driving him around coon hunting. He's sending that kid to go get the dog when it treed.
I haven't got Ivory out too much. I haven't got my own dogs out. Jesus, why is there 3 of them? Yeah. I got Madison's dog from Brett Vaughn. But I don't like having other people's dogs. I don't like losing other people's dogs.
Yep. I was reading this. I think it was a coon hunting book. This kid wanted to get into coon hunting, and his dad wouldn't let him get a dog, so he'd sneak in the neighbor's yard and take the neighbor's coon dog out coon hunting.
Yeah.
And he did it like 4 or 5 nights in a row. And he'd sneak in the yard, unhook the dog, and go hunting. And finally, he wouldn't clip the dog up, though, at night when he got done hunting it. He'd just let it run around in the yard at night. Well, it was like the 4th or 5th night. He goes to take that dog, and he hears that dog just breathing real heavy, like... The owner thought that dog was slipping a collar, so he wrenched that collar down on that dog's neck.
Had him choked out.
He loosened that collar up, and he's like, I didn't go back to that house after that.
That's funny.
Hmm.
Hey, you didn't even charge him to run his dog.
Yep.
Are your coon hunts over with, Jeremy, over there? Like your competitions, or they run all
No,
year?
they run all year.
Yeah, they just had the Moody last weekend, $100,000.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Somebody
Who won?
totally different won it this year. So
Yeah.
that was a
Yeah,
big
that
deal.
was refreshing. They got kind of come out of left field and win that bad boy.
Was he a
That's
nobody?
cool.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean,
3 of the dogs in the final 4 were out of the same sire.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
One of them, the second place winner, he's from South Louisiana.
Yeah.
Hmm.
He's the one that kind of come up with that hunt.
How much you win?
35,000.
Yeah.
No,
Not a bad trip.
second place.
Have second place.
Yeah. I'm glad they didn't split it. I hate when they split them big.
Yeah. I think let's see, it's 8,600 a cast win,
Yeah.
and plus the, whatever you win if you get in the final 4. So he won 2 cast at $8,600 a pop, and then 3,500 on top of that.
Is that what you're gonna do when you retire, Jeremy?
No.
He's gonna start his own.
No, I'm gonna hitchhike to Arizona, bum off you guys.
That's what I would do.
Son, I'm down here. I'm like 7-8 hours from PKC clubs, but I feel like if I can get one firing in this dryer stuff, man.
Well, you got the Black IP right there at College Station.
Yeah, but that's like I say, that's 7 hours for me. I'm in the bottom tip of Texas, down here by Brownsville. There's plenty of hunts up there, College Station and Paris and all in that country, north of the Woodlands and stuff. That's a 7-8 hour drive. But man, if I get one firing down here, if I can, we shingles of coons. So if I can get one, they'll hammer
Can you
them
put
up.
a like on a coon trial?
No, they won't. You could technically, maybe
Yeah.
some
Yeah,
stuff.
PKC you can single register a Chihuahua and filter a coon. You can hunt him.
There you go.
But you'll lose though because they won't bark on the track. You'll never get a strike. You have to,
Strike him on tree. I know a bunch of them will do that.
Yeah, that's fair. They
You're not going to win as many because you're getting the last strike every time.
Yeah, you won't win that much. Yeah, you'll be striking for a damn quarter every single time.
So you better have a coon every tree they make.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that work? As far as you let a dog go, you got a judge with you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And if that dog just barks,
It's a 4-dog cast. You get a minute that you don't have to strike your dog because all these dogs now babble off the leash, which when I was coming up, that was scratched.
Yeah.
But so after a minute's up, first dog that barks, after he barks so many times, you've got to strike him. Well, he's going to get 100 strike points. Second dog, 75, 50, 25. And then, tree points, 125 for the first tree, 75 for the second, 50 and 25. And then at the end, you add them all up.
Yep.
Circle points can win cast. Plus points are better.
Yep.
but you don't really know if they're striking on a coon. I mean, I imagine they're coon dogs.
No, you don't. I mean, I know some dang good coon dogs that'll strike on a deer.
As long as there's a coon,
And they'll train them. They'll
good to go.
train them that way. A lot of times, I mean, these dogs, you turn 4 dogs loose and they go a mile apiece in different directions. They passed up coons to get that mile.
Yeah. And depending where you're at, that might screw you. I mean, you get in there with a dog like Trash that's just going to hammer every single one he comes to, and you never win with them deep, lonely jokers, but not anymore. But once upon a time, that was the only way to win. But It's seems like
Now, if you got a good patch dog, one that can hunt a little small area, 100-acre, 40-acre patch, you can tear them up.
Yep.
Well, it's like Jared, when you turn your dog loose and they go out a few miles or whatever, and you're out running, and one of them opens up.
I ain't yet, Rick, but when I ain't got my house found down here. Once I get a house, I'm gonna go looking for me a good one to get going, and then I'm sure I will be. We got too many coons. And that's my favorite thing, really. I love it. So I'm sure I will be. If I can get a hold of something worth packing to town, I'll be after it.
I mean, we even on lion, huh, Jared? Like if your dogs go out 5 miles and you hear one open up, you know it's on a lion or is it on a monkey?
I don't. I ain't that good. Well, I'm not.
Unless you have a dog that only opens on lion, like you know for fact. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
strike points don't really hurt you.
Yeah.
You know, unless all dogs just go silent for 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then everybody that struck in gets minus. But your tree points is where that's what either pluses you, minuses you, or circles you. Circles a big tree. Or there's a possibility there's a coon there.
Yeah.
You know, they're not. No, everybody's in agreement that there could be a coon there.
Yeah, like a hole in it or a big bushy green joker or something. Yeah.
well, they got thermal. Can you put thermals on that tree at the end thing?
You can use the thermal. They can't judge it off the thermal. You actually have to see the coon.
Okay.
But if you see it in the thermal, you're going to sit there until you find it. How long do they have to find the coon, though?
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Yeah, I was going to say 6 minutes, but it's 8.
And you want to find it quick as you can a lot of times because your hunt time's
So you
running.
can get turned back loose.
Yep. Because once you find it, they get scored, and you got to lead the dog for a minute, like walking, and then get it go again. Or you can get leash locked, which is I'm not a huge fan of leash. Yeah, but
Depends on which end of that leash lock you're on.
yeah, fair enough. I wouldn't be real mad if I win about 30,000 because everybody got leash locked. But
I don't competition hunt because I have a problem differentiating the dogs.
mhm.
You know, whenever there's a loud one in the bunch, I just can't hear my dogs, even if they're the loudest one in the bunch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to spend a lot of time out there to recognize that joker's mouth, unless you just get one of them weird squally type deals.
Yeah, I've got one that I could recognize her when she opens up anytime. But
Mhm.
I don't know, man.
It's
Never really been
it's a
into
lot of
coon
fun,
hunting.
man. A lot of fun.
I mean, they got places here up north I can hunt coon. I used to do it a lot. I'd go down and just train my dog, get him gamey, and then then we got into bear.
There just ain't many, Like the thickest place we got in Arizona, it's like there ain't no coon,
that's a fact right there, Rick. You want a split tree and dog. You
Yes,
don't want them to pack.
Yeah.
All of mine, but my male dog will pack.
So if you have 4 dogs and they got 4 trees, that's where you get your points.
Yeah. Everybody's getting 125 tree points.
Yeah.
And then that's when it gets down to the strike points helping or hurting you.
Yeah. But if your dog's accurate, now, because if you get there and there's no coon or there's off game, then you're minus. So accurate dog, I think, will win the day.
Or you're scratched in UKC.
Yeah. I forget about
On
that.
a Grand Night cast, if you tree off game, you're scratched.
Yeah. So accuracy will take you farther than a strike dog. I mean, lots of world championships been won with quarter strike dogs. Bank comes to mind for example. That's a quarter strike dog about every time, and I think
Jared,
outside of major hunts, I think he still won the most money in a month. Only
Jared
dog
wish
that
he had some
rounds of a pro
tree
hunt,
dogs.
or pro classic.
Jared wish he had some split tree dogs. 2-3 lions.
I'm telling you, that is not fun in that country. About everything I got does that shit, which I
It
was
ain't
like,
fun in
"What?"
this country. You take
Well,
a
I
camera and you
loved it.
follow a competition hunt and have to walk with the judge to every tree.
Yeah.
No.
I loved it till I got out there, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is not that great. Bunch of independent sons of bitches going everywhere, non-honoring mother.
Well, see, that's like, the Red Bone Breed Championship. I get paid to film that hunt every year because it's in my backyard. And it's generally pretty enjoyable, but they're
Yeah.
actually breeding now to where they're way more long distance dogs.
Mhm.
And this last year, or the 1 month ago, was not fun at all.
Make it
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of work to me. I don't think no one likes it because we lost half of our listeners.
That's how it goes. Get talking about that eastern stuff. Lose all in western
It's
guys.
why it's hard for me to listen to some of them podcasts about the coon trials and stuff.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I coon hunted a little bit. I enjoyed it, but I didn't competition hunt. I just went out and, not gonna
Train your
lie,
pup.
I killed about 50% of the coons I caught. That's when coon prices were $15 on the carcass.
Yeah, I miss those days.
That was pretty nice.
Talking
You know?
about rich high schoolers, boy. I'm telling you, we thought we was. Well, I was a thousandaire. By God.
Yep. You go out and tree 5-6 coons in a night and come home with $75, $80, what have you. It makes it worth it then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why them guys competition. I mean, outside of wanting to just being competitive, I like to win shit. But man, that $100,000 sure wouldn't hurt a guy. You know what I mean?
I don't have anything to prove.
No.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
How much?
You're just more mature than I am, Jeremy. I want to beat everybody. In that
Well,
part.
even when I was younger, I didn't. I grew up in the competitions, and my daddy liked the UKC hunts because of the trophies.
Yeah.
And my grandpa liked PKC hunts because he liked the money.
Mhm.
And they weren't that popular back in the late 80s, early 90s. And
Kind of looked at dirty a little bit. Oh, you money.
It was gambling. It was gambling.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was raised up in it.
Mhm.
But anyway,
Yeah.
like I said, I have a hard time differentiating the dogs, even if I've hunted one for a lot of hours. And I know the rules, and I enjoy going and filming them, or having a little friendly competition with my buddies, see who trees first. But I mean, we just rib each other. We don't. It's not for bragging rights or nothing.
I used to. I grew up in it too, same kind of deal. And I used to like start pups. I was like, oh, that ain't for me. That ain't for me. I mean, well, Kevin's my cousin. We grew up in the same shit. And he went after it, and then I just went off. Training pup, catching coyotes, and doing everything else, running bears and all that. And,
Well, I know my dogs can hold their own with these big, high-powered, high-dollar dogs because I hunt with them.
Yep.
Blueberry Wine, I hunt with him.
Mhm.
I've hunted with Zeb 3, Homer.
One thing, I'm gonna ruffle feathers because I'm bored.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I knew he was coming up with something.
One thing I'll say about them East Coast competition coon dogs. Now, I've seen some come out, like these are the ones I've seen come out west.
But
They got shit feet.
Is it because of the moisture?
Well, that's
over
what I was
there
going to
and
say. You
soft
can't
ground?
make tough feet in the mud.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They come out here and they start trailing in them rocks. or even, I mean, that iced up snow that'll eat any dog's foot up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come out here and you just you might trail one lion or bear or what. They'll do one day in the mountain, and them dogs can't hunt for 3-4 days after that.
Yep. I'm telling you a fact. I promise you, I got a kennel full of them get smoked quick in them rocks.
Yeah,
But it's a different thing, like if $50,000 coon dog go out in Arizona and stand on his fucking head in that dirt. But
Trying to run the hell out of a cow in Arizona. I don't know what y'all
Back-
talking about.
but the best lion dog in the dirt out there, you take him back east and enter him, and he's gonna get beat by a 15-year-old kid at a $5 night hunt because that joker's gonna stand
he's
on
gonna
his
trail.
Yeah, he's gonna stand on his nose and trail at the speed of smell.
I don't know about stand on his nose.
Well, I mean, next
They
to
don't trail as fast as these dogs.
Yeah.
These dogs
Next-
trail with their head up.
fucking running, I mean, they're gonna
Well, that's
drift
what they're saying,
at
right?
the speed of
They're
a
saying
buck.
that the competition's ruining noses
Yeah.
because they're breeding them hot nose because they don't.
Jared and I have both talked about this, and that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted this little dog from Casey is put some nose back in these dogs. I don't give a damn what color it is.
Mhm.
It can be
But for-
purple and green
for
polka dot.
their
I don't
purpose-
care.
For their purposes, you know what I mean? It don't matter. I mean, there's so many freaking raccoons around. You ain't got to trail yesterday's raccoon. You ain't never gonna make $1 like that. For their
Yeah.
purpose. You need a dog with some wheels under it that's gonna be accurate and get it done right now because you got 90 minutes. And one probably not gonna do it. You're gonna need to, especially get at a higher
At
level,
least
you're gonna need at least 2. 3, 4 would be better. And you got 9 minutes to do it, and there's a whole lot of that time is gonna be burnt with your dog chopping that tree down, waiting on the judge. So if you got a dog that's gonna track for track trail, like say you get beat by a little kid,
Yeah.
That's why you don't see as many blue ticks.
Yeah.
Is
Yep.
because they have a colder nose.
But man
never
alive,
had
when you see
I
a
can't
good
say
one,
never.
when you see a good one, that joker just lights it on fire. You know what I mean? It's like there's no middle of the ground competition blue dogs. It's like they're either one of the baddest ones you've ever seen, or they can't hardly get by. You know what I mean?
They're like my
I've had-
dog.
I've had 2 good blue dogs my whole life.
And I like
everything else drives me nuts. They just drive me
I
nuts.
do.
Seems
That's what I
they
grew
got-
up with.
Seems like I know there's good blue dogs out there. There's good real there's some blue dogs out there that out hunt everything I own. But I've had 2 of them that I'll say I'll keep. Everything else I'm just like, man, these things are jug-headed. They'll hunt hard, but jug-headed,
Well,
stubborn.
I just use that as an example. You just take what are most people hunting back out west? English looking dogs, right?
Yeah.
All right. The eastern bear hunter plots, or them running walkers from back in California, Oregon, wherever he's from.
Well, those PNW dogs. They're not straight running dog. They got tree dog in them.
Right,
It's about
right.
half 3/8 running dog in them.
But like your color dogs, your black and tans, your red bones, your blue ticks, your English dogs, and your plots, they're not getting bred for like the walker dogs are.
Yep.
Because there's jealousy amongst the breeders, and
Yeah.
in the walker dog world, they don't give a dang. If Chris has got a top notch dog and I got a pot licker, I'm gonna go breed to Chris's top notch dog.
Yeah.
And then you get what you get. You get bad feet, hot noses, more tree minded or more track minded, and then you get a bunch of bad habits.
Well, the thing about breeding.
Some of
Go
the
ahead,
best dry ground lion dogs I've had have been them Nance walkers, and then my best dry ground lion dog was a walker, and he was Finley River.
And
I
you
mean,
don't see any of that old school type stuff doing in winter.
No.
You-
Used to
For the
Finley
very-
River was everywhere.
Yeah.
yeah.
If it
And
wasn't
that Finley
Finley River, it was Lipper bred.
Uh-huh.
that Finley River, I don't have the pedigree on him or nothing, but he came out of Washington.
Mhm.
And he didn't have any running dog in him, but he was Finley River bred. And son of a gun, he was. I think a lot of his was drive though, not brains and drive, not just his nose.
Well,
Yeah.
that's where Marvin Glenn got his walkers from.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
Finley
Marvin
River.
had Finley
brought
River
in
dogs.
Finley River.
Yep.
Yep. And
Yeah.
but that dog had. If I had, I tell my wife this all the time. I was like, God dang, if I had a pack of
That-
10 of him right now.
That picture right there is a Finley River bred dog.
So what? So the Finley Rivers. Why did Martin bring him in? Martin,
Because
to slow his
that-
dogs down.
that movie,
Colder nose or hotter?
no,
nose?
the movie, it was
hotter.
the smartest dog they'd ever seen.
it was
Wetback
Hound.
Yeah.
So it was a walker. It was a movie about a walker dog, and they brought the
Yeah.
walker in from somewhere. And Marvin and Warner were there with their lion, and that walker dog started doing his stuff, and they're just like, some buck, he's got a brain in between his ears.
So
And
they
they
got
wouldn't
it
sell
for the
him.
brain.
Yeah, and we've all been around hard-headed hounds, and they're once you get a hound and got a good brain on them, God, you can do a lot with them compared to one you got to run around, catch. I got a dog right now. If she's back trailing, either I got to let her go on the backtrack and follow the other dogs, or I got to run down and catch her and get her turned around to catch up to the other dogs because I can't get her turned around.
Have you
She's
ever
just
hunted?
stubborn.
Have you ever hunted a rodeo dog, Jeremy?
Never
Neither.
hunted anything Mojo bred.
Yeah, I ain't neither.
What about what was that? It started with a B. He was out of Maine. Big old walker dog.
Bam Bam.
No. Something musket. I think it was a musket bred dog. And he was a real, real nice bobcat dog out of Maine. And meaner than heck on bear. I think it was a musket. I want to say musket. Its name started with a B, and then I think there was a musket at the back end of it. But it was back in the 90s, late 80s, that dog was around.
You just never
And
know what
then-
you're gonna get.
Yeah.
That's exactly
then-
right.
That's why I like having my litters because I can watch them.
Well, it just depends. If you know who you're getting your dogs from and it's not just a phone call person,
Yeah.
it makes life easier, especially if you get your dogs from a buddy that knows breeding and he catches game religiously. He's not just breeding into anything.
That's
And
what makes it. That's what makes it.
it nice.
Yeah, it kind of makes it nice though with the Eastern model though, because you could look at like a lone pine female, and you know what you're gonna get out of a lone pine female. So like, if I had a little money all over a lone pine female, I think that would be a good draw. At least you don't know, but
You at
you know
least have a
what them
better
dogs
chance.
you know what them
Yeah.
dogs been doing for generations. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's all
it just
record.
depends on who. It just depends on who you get. Your dogs from. Like, there's some guys. Their only outcrossing is to a buddy. They're not gonna call some guy from.
They're not branching out far enough.
No,
Yeah.
they're gonna if they need an outcrossing, they're gonna call a buddy that has good dogs.
Mhm.
Lock up to his male or female, however you want to call it, and then
Bozo?
start
That
it
you're
all
talking
over.
about?
Yeah.
Bozo.
The-
He was a Maine musket dog.
Was it Bojo?
Bozo.
Bozo.
Bozo?
What
I
he
think
said.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It could have been Bozo.
This is why I hang around with Ryan because he's smarter than me, and I'm hoping it just kind of.
Yeah.
Like I said, this is when there was a hound magazine back in the day they used to sell at Cabela's. I can't remember what it was called even. Or no, actually, it was Clay Newcomb's Bear Hunter magazine is where I read it at, and it was a bobcat and bear dog. That's what it was.
Yeah. And that, like, I get what you're saying, Jared, and that's absolutely a real thing. The problem with that is if you're not that guy's buddy and you don't know that guy, you don't know what you can trust on that. With the Eastern model, it's proven,
Well, hell,
DNA backed. You can't fudge it anymore. You know what I mean? It's like
it took Jared forever to get the one dog.
yeah, it's like it's one of those deals. Like this guy may have good
Like
dogs.
everybody had to
you
put a
only
good
know-
word in for.
You only
Yeah.
know that it's best to bet. That's all you really know. You can't
Well,
prove
out in the
anything.
West, those guys that have good dogs and catch game religiously, they're not selling a pup just to sell a pup. They'd rather keep that pup themselves than make
Mhm.
$500 off of it. They'll give you a pup. You know, some of those guys will. They'll give you a pup if they know you're going to take it out, catch game with it. They'll just
Yeah.
give you. Where, you know, some guys, you know, they got a good dog, one good male or one good female, and they'll breed the heck out of her or him to whatever's in heat.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, it muddies the waters, and you're getting 50%, 60% of what you could have had.
I don't know. I think it's probably just because I grew up in it. I like knowing what's this and what was before this and what was before this and it's
Well,
and
we
it's,
have that. We have that. It's just not in a pedigree. It's in a
but it's
notebook.
not. But it's somebody's word is what I mean. You got to take that guy's word for it.
Was it?
Whereas
Was it?
back east, it's proof. You know. Now when we were kids, there was lots of pencil whipping, but in modern times, it's all DNA. Them dogs got to be DNA tested. So you can't whip it. I mean, it's fact. So you got provable records for several generations to what this did, and you can see what that cross did and what that made.
And
It's all
I honestly think if you got enough money, that DNA test can be changed.
could
Was it
be.
Bear River Bullet?
That musket bred dog.
Ryan
Yeah.
said hardwood bozo. I've heard of that dog.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
Bear River Bullet.
I can't remember all the dogs' names. They all got. It's like trying to keep track of a horse track name. You know. It's just,
Well, they just, sounds like back east they keep better records is all on paper.
well, they do a little bit, but like
Most of your guys here can tell you every person that had a dog and one of his dogs, and it's written down on a piece of paper.
But the
Yeah.
the issue with out west though that sits funny with a guy for like myself is they'll be like, well, this dog goes back to Dale. Well, that was 100 years ago. There ain't nothing left of that dog that you're saying it goes back to in that puppy
I see
from
what
100 years ago.
Derek's bringing up because you
Yeah.
go to
Anybody can say anything.
yeah. Well, you
Yeah.
go to these western states and guys claim they got what was Wade Lemon's dog Pepper. They claim they got a Pepper dog from Wade Lemon. Well, I think Pepper's been dead for like, don't quote me on this, like 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
And
Or
then
if
all
you
of
get
a
on
sudden
Facebook
everything
and
he's got is a Wade Lemon bred dog. And it's just like, dude, that you got one lemon bred dog and then you bred your own stuff into it.
yeah, like you
Now,
get on Arizona Houndsman at any point in time, and 7 out of 10 dogs are going to say Jeff Allen. You know what I mean? And he ain't never seen
maybe
any.
was it Jeff Allen with the Pepper dog?
I think it was Jeff Allen's pepper.
Yeah, I think so. Like everybody's like, oh, Jeff Allen, Jeff Allen, Jeff Allen, and then he and Jeff ain't ever seen none of them dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
I mean, you
the
go.
issue. It's like guys will say whatever, and if you don't know
Well,
Jeff
they
Allen,
could have had a Jeff Allen dog at one point, but
yeah,
it could have
Doesn't
been.
mean it was out of pepper.
Yeah, it could have been 6 crosses ago.
yeah, and then
You
that's
know.
a different
And
dog altogether.
that's just where you got to do your homework when you get a dog from out west and look at the guy. Just back east, it's what's the dog's name. Out west, it's who'd you buy him from.
Yeah. And then you got to track this guy and this guy and this guy. And, well, hell, every one of them, and you don't know these guys, every one of them could be lying or
Ah,
mistaken. You know what I mean? Like,
I
you
don't
never
know.
know.
Well, I don't know about that because like out west, out west guys do not lock dogs up just to lock dogs up. The good guys, the guys that religiously catch game,
I know
they're
guys that
not.
do that here.
There's
Mm-hmm.
guys that religiously, the guys out here that religiously catch game, whether it be a bobcat, bear, lion. They're only having 1 or 2 litters a year, and most of those dogs aren't leaving that house, and a few of them are going to buddies, and that's it.
Come
Yeah.
on, guys. Jeremiah's right. I don't know what you guys are whining about.
Right.
Lion hunters never lie.
Have y'all
Right.
ever met this guy?
All
He
my
is a
stuff
private. He is a
Really?
private investigator, for God's sakes.
all my stuff's out of Lily and Dale Lee.
And well, there's some guys still around claiming, that God, who
I seen a post last year for a guy selling Flash Ranch hounds.
it wasn't. It could have been, I guess. I don't know.
Like, get the
There's
fuck out
still
of here. You know what I mean?
there's still guys, I mean, don't get me wrong, them boys been gone forever, but
Yeah.
God dang it, what's that guy's name?
Well, I mean, grandpappy or daddy or somebody got a dog from there at one point. Like all my stuff come from Salazar, right?
Yeah, but
Dirty-
are your kids gonna say they're Salazar bred when they start hunting?
They don't even
Yeah.
know. No.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years.
No, they're gonna say
You
they're
know
my
what I mean?
daddy's dogs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dirty's my last Salazar dog, half that I got from Salazar.
Yep.
So anything else only going to be quarter,
Yep.
But he was also out of a dog I don't know about.
Now,
Blue tick out of New Mexico.
if Salazar would have, stayed alive, you could have gone and back to him and pulled another pup out of there, 2 pups out of there, and started
Mhm.
over, and you would have had half 3/4 cross. But
You just got to find another dog or another line,
yep.
Yeah. Pulling that stuff from
All these guys
kind of
Jared's
silly.
talking about, they don't just keep one line. They bring some in here and there. Or,
Well,
like you said,
go
cross
back.
to a buddy.
You go back to shoot, me and Dustin were talking about it the other day. I can't remember the name. But he had he started his line of dogs out of Charlie Tant. He drove all the way down and did a cross with Hendricks. And then he also did other crosses with 2 or 3 government hunters as well. And that's how he got his start of line dogs. But I mean, shoot, that's starting out with 4 different guys. But those 4 different guys were the real freaking deal.
Yeah.
My best damn dog's a mutt.
And absolutely. I ain't saying that you can't pull a Michael Jordan out of a shit cross. My best dragger on line dog came out of Washington.
I know that.
Finley River dog.
I know that for a fact because somebody needed pups. I said, hey, I got these pups. It was kind of an accidental breeding. It was 2 good lines, but it wasn't, it was a half Walker, half Redbone. It was out of Redfern and Walkers. I don't remember. And he collars a lot of lions. That's his job.
Mhm.
And he called and said, that's one of his really good, best dogs.
Well,
You know what I mean?
Where the better ones come from, the ones that aren't planned.
Yeah, I mean every dynamite dog's got to start somewhere.
But
Yeah.
these non-planned accidents, right? Let's just say your guy that you get your dogs from has an accident. His accidents aren't the neighbor's dog.
No.
His accidents are his worst dog, which catches more lions than my best dog, let's say, and his best dog. So their accident crosses any just normal Joe that just wants to get out would take those in 2 seconds because they're better than their dog.
Yeah. And that's the point of the Eastern way of doing things, at least to anybody that I would go to, is that it's the probability of a pretty dang good one. your Michael Jordans, the freaks are could come from anywhere, but I think you have a better chance of getting, and it's not just the Eastern guys, like the guys Jared's talking about, same way, but you have a better chance of getting solid, good performers out of a litter. Like these guys are dropping litters where they all work,
Well, when you go
And
to all dogs working, you're looking at 300 trees a year compared to a guy that catches a shit ton down here, 30 trees a year, 20 trees a year.
Yeah.
That's a whole different level of I'm not knocking coon hunting here, but if I could go out and can controlled conditions and catch a lion a night with a pup in controlled conditions, I could have some rock star lion dogs.
what do you mean controlled condition?
Like
if there's
I could
30
turn my dogs loose
lions,
in a canyon. I could turn my dogs loose in the canyon and know there's going to be a lion in that canyon every day.
5 of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, I get you. I
5
get
of
you.
them. You know,
Opportunity. If you had better
I'm not-
opportunity to game.
I'm not
yeah.
saying that it's easier to catch lions, and it's definitely not. There's
No,
way less of them.
But
It's
with that being said, you have a lot more with the coon dog world. You have a lot more opportunity to make that dog fire. I mean, that's
Mhm.
why a lot of guys, you go up not in the desert country, but you go up north in like Idaho, Montana, that country. Them boys coon hunt all summer.
Yeah.
That can get a dog. That helps dogs trail. It helps dogs fire off the tree, and then you can roll into your
Florida
lion and bear
Mondays.
season. Yeah, don't get me started on them.
Jeremy,
I've had pups start treeing off monkeys before. I've got to a dog that's never treed before in its life, and you get to a tree and there's a monkey in it, and that dog's blowing the top off. But
yeah. How far do you have to drive, Jeremy, to find a coon?
I treed one in the backyard the other morning.
How far do you got to drive, Jared?
dude, I'm guarantee it. Just to me to get on a line,
Minimum.
I could go behind the kennels if one's there. And, they've glassed lions up, 600 yards behind my place, but it's not often.
Mhm.
Just you go back to this last hunt I did. We had a pretty good week, but there were still days where we drove around sun up till dark and didn't cut a track. Or when me and Dustin went out on horseback 3 days in a row and didn't get a bark. 4 days. Yeah, 4
Yeah.
days and didn't get a bark.
I just hypothesize that because the way the results we get today are not altogether different than the results they were getting 100 years ago. Okay, so I suspect that had there been a more scientific, more careful overall breeding thing going on for the last 100 years, that we would have better lion dogs than
Do you know why the old timers had good lion dogs?
I don't know
Because
that they
They
did.
didn't have to work.
They had a lion in a kennel.
And that wasn't even the old guys. That's just this century.
But
I mean,
what I'm saying is
that
I think
totally will knock you. If I could hold a lion in my backyard and just take my 1.5-year-olds to 3-year-olds out, let that lion go at 4 a.m. and come back at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, cut them dogs loose on them. They'd be rock stars.
Yes, cage coons are good. Some guys don't like them. I like to give them a couple. But what I'm saying is, like, the dogs in the East from 100 years ago are altogether different. Not even the same class of the dogs today. They just would smoke anything 100 years ago every day of the week.
I think they would smoke everything every day of the week because 100 years ago, let's say 150 years ago, those guys were just catching whatever they caught. If they caught a bear, they killed it. If they caught a lion, they killed it. If they chased a deer, they killed it.
But no, there was coon hunts 100 years ago. I'm saying 100 years ago there were coon hunts, and
They
there are
weren't
coon
as
hunts.
publicized as they are today, though.
Yeah, but
those guys were also using those dogs to go hunt, not just for a competition.
But that doesn't change my point. What am I saying is we have better dogs today than we had 100 years ago. But out west, we kind of have the same quality of dogs. It seems like the results
No.
are not drastically different. Not the same
Well-
kind of dogs, but the results are not drastically different than what they were getting back in the day.
What are you talking about for results?
Like you're not getting it
Competition
done.
result?
You're not getting it done more frequently in faster times.
Do you know what
Barring, you
happened
know,
in 1970 in southern Arizona?
a lot of things. What are you referring to?
They had bounties back then. They ran the lion down into the ground.
Yeah.
Then the lion became a big game animal. Like you look at Colorado, there was what in 1950 or 1960, how many lions were there in Colorado? 500? Compared to now, there's 5,500. And there's also 70 more guys per state doing it. So 70 guys more per state, and there's still the same amount, well, not the same amount, more lions being caught now than there was back then.
But there's more guys. That's what I'm saying. It's not catching them more reliably or faster than what the old stories say. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like you're still just as likely to not catch the lion as you were back in the day.
But you talk,
You know.
no, this ain't no, because you talk to guys that have hunted from 1970 to now. They will hunt today 30 times over compared to when they hunted in 1970. Not because of technology, strictly because of the population.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 1925 to 2025. I'm talking about the likelihood of not catching this lion just on the dog work. You got to take the tech out of it. Not including the tech. Even with the tech advantage, where I think it sure seems like from the anecdotal evidence that we have, we are just as likely to not catch the lion as we would have been in the 20s. You know, we're not drastically different anyway. They're not drastically better or faster or more efficient for sure. Maybe a little, but not orders of magnitude greater. And
You're
I just
going from, yeah, but you're coming off 300 to 1,000 trees a year comparing to 40 to 20 trees a year.
which that is irrelevant on the breeding difference of the dogs. Because not everybody trees 300 coons a year, and not everybody trees 40 coons a year. I'm just talking about
You nailed
like
it.
improving the breed is all I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I don't
the
know why
breed is
that makes
the breed
everybody
is
so.
hands over. The breed is hands over. What I'm trying, you're getting me frustrated as shit now.
I don't
But the
understand why you
breeding
get
in
me.
the breeding for drag ground lion dogs is better now than what it was compared to when you talked to Warner when he first started.
But how do we quantify that? By what
The
metric?
son of a bitch said it.
So one person said they're
That
better.
one person that's caught 1,300 lions in his life.
One guy said it's better, but the stories that you tell they don't sound different from the stories that Dale Lee told about lion hunts. And you know, we've all made a grillion losses. You know what I mean? And that used to be a thing in the East also. The guys used to lose tracks back in the day. You used to make losses. They would get away. Get the stories of the ghost coons. That stuff just don't happen now because the dogs are orders of magnitude greater than they used to be. I'm not saying they're better than the Western dog. I'm saying the Western dog has not excelled.
You haven't been in
nearly
the
at the
West
order.
to even think about it.
Jared, take your panties out of a bunch and listen to my
No,
word.
I'm not going to, because you've been in this Arizona West state for a total of 3 fucking years. That is nothing to think about. My first 3 years of lion hunting, I didn't catch shit compared to what I do now.
Okay, but
So you
that's
cannot even think of it. You have a fucking argument.
I'm
to
talking about
think
100
about.
years of stories from thousands of people.
You can read a book on how to lion hunt for 30 years and never do it and not be good at it.
Why does the idea of making the dogs better than they used to be get you so upset?
It doesn't. But you just think the East has the
That's
breeding
not what
down to a science way
I
better
did.
than the West,
No,
and
for
it's
their
retarded.
purpose. For their purpose. The East makes a better coon dog than Arizona does, and the East cannot make a lion dog, but Arizona, it's a different game. I hypothesize that if we had the same amount of intensive breeding, that we would have better dogs in the West than we do, is all I'm saying. I don't know why that upsets you. It's a separate thing. It's like,
Because you don't know what a good dry ground lion dog is. You haven't been behind one yet. Plain and simple.
do you know
I
that
couldn't tell
do
you. I
you know
couldn't
that
tell
your
you
truck is better than a Model T?
I couldn't tell you the best coon dog, $200,000 coon dog. I couldn't tell you the difference off of it compared to a freaking $100 coon dog.
But
I couldn't tell you. They
you don't
both
have
treat
to
coons at the
own
end of the day.
you don't have to own a world champion to know that today's champion is better than 50 years ago's champion.
I'm saying I don't have enough experience to talk about breeding two coon dogs from $100 coon dog to $100,000 coon dog. I
Yes, you
couldn't tell
do.
you the difference.
Yes, you could.
You could take me to a drop and a guy drop $100 dog and another guy drop down, I don't know, a $50,000 coon dog. They both split and catch two coons. To me, they're both great dogs. They both did their job. Now,
But
when it comes to a dry ground lion dog, you're going to have dogs that stand on their heads, that type of stuff. That's a good dry ground lion dog. But a great dry ground lion dog will stand on its head, push it through the tough spots, and then come off a jump and burn that hillside down on fire and catch it. Those
okay.
dogs are high
So
end dry ground lion dogs.
my point is, if you had only those dogs, if there was lines where only those dogs were bred, only those rock stars for 100 years, we would have more rock stars today than we had 100 years ago. That's what I'm saying. But not in orders of magnitude. Anybody cannot just go out and find great dogs. There's a few guys that have them.
That's for selective reasons.
But that attitude is why it's just that whole like keep it all to myself kind of attitude is what has held back the breed. That's my whole thing.
It hasn't held back the breed. There's still
It has held back the breed. The average dog in the West is not anywhere near a good one.
Because
But
the average dog, a guy
dog,
buys a $20,000 lion dog and then locks it up with a $20 female. You just muddied the water.
okay, but you don't
That's
do
the
that
problem.
if you have the structured record. It's in the
But
breeding.
they do that. They still do that in back east. They do the same
But
thing.
those dogs are clearly notified. Like you can see that litter turned out to be shit.
It's the same here.
It's the same here.
No, but you can't prove it. Nobody can prove what that
If
dog's
you don't
granddad
catch
did.
anything, it's proven.
But you don't know. Like you say, oh, I swear to God.
I feel like you're saying that it has to be on paper to be true. And that's
No, if it's not. No, I feel like it has to be provable and a generally used
so if
thing.
you're catching lions, it's not provable. It's not anecdotal.
Who can prove that?
Jeremy just said it 20 minutes ago. The Walker dog guys will lock up to any freaking open dog out there.
Some guys might. Some guys will. Some guys will, but not those guys that will aren't making champions.
Those guys that are not doing it here are catching lions every 3 days.
Who's catching lions every 3 days? Because nobody says
a lot of people. You act like there's nobody in Arizona that are catching lions.
No, I act like that there are the breed in general. The average Western dog, dirt dog, is not astronomically better than the average dirt dog was a long time ago, is all I'm saying. And I think with a broader structured scientific breeding program, we would have better dogs. I don't understand why that is such a triggering statement for anybody. Like it just
Because
makes
you
sense.
haven't been in the Western game long enough to even read about it yet.
Have you ever driven a Model T?
No, but
Do you know?
I don't give a
Do you
shit.
know that your truck is better than a Model T in every way?
Do you know what? It might be, it might not be, but I guess what? I'll take a
But
first
you know
gen
it is,
Cummins
Gary.
over.
You
I'll
don't.
take
You
a
don't
first
have
gen
to.
Cummins over a 6.7 Cummins right now.
You don't have to hold $1 million in your hand to know that you'd rather have $1 million than $2.
Is the 6.7 Cummins better than the first gen Cummins? More technology to it. There's also DPF and everything else. EGR screws everything up. Everyone gets rid of that.
Which is not
Sometimes
a
the old
100-year
shit's good.
difference. I'm not talking about 15 years, 20 years. I'm talking about a 100-year span of time where that I don't understand. Like it's like the dogs are as good as they could ever be, but that's just not how anything works. Everything can be improved on. I don't know why
I'm
the idea
saying
of
that
getting
I
better is
said the
so
line
triggered.
improved. I said the line has improved since 1940.
And I hypothesized that had we had a longer scale, larger science, it's just the idea that if more effort was put into it on a bigger scale, the average dog would be better. I don't understand why that's so triggering.
Well, but Chuck's kind of saying, I mean, we could turn it around and say all your dogs back east are shit because they can't do nothing cold. What good is a competition when you're really hunting? Really hunting. Not
What is
just gonna
really
run.
hunting? If you catch more game faster, how is that not better than catching the same game or less game slower?
Okay, you want to talk about catching more game faster? What was your quickest tree this year in the West in Arizona or last
My
year?
my quickest tree,
Yeah.
like from dog going to it was fast. We bushwhacked the shit out of him.
Okay. How many?
How many?
Yeah.
Lions, bears, not that
How
many.
many
I got
half-hour trees did you get from
uh
start to track to tree? How many were a half hour?
not many to three. Three in 2
But
years.
Now,
those back east dogs take a 2-day-old coon track. Like,
But you
that's
don't
what
want them to. Like that,
exactly.
it's a different game. I'm not comparing the dogs to each other. I'm comparing the dogs to their same contemporaries from 100 years prior.
yeah.
I'm not
And
comparing. I'm not
you
comparing them
talk
to each other.
if you talk to Warner Glenn went
Who's
back
been
in
around almost 100
1950,
years.
almost 100 years. He started hunting lions when he was 7. He was born in 1936. They had cold-nosed dogs back then, dirty, rotten, cold-nosed dogs. And if you talk to Warner, he'll tell you we did a whole lot of trailing and some catching. And he's like, we started going to them walker dogs, and we did a lot less trailing with more catching because they were
I'm not
trailing
doubting. I'm not
overnight.
doubting Warner or Warner's dogs. I'm saying the average Western dog. There are guys. Like I said, there are guys that are doing big stuff, but most of the dogs that you get are
No
just
dog
less.
in the West right now. Well, not no dog, but hardly any dog in the West right now is going to hammer a 2-day-old lion track. There's some dogs that'll do it. I just struck a track the other day. A guy glassed up. He glassed that line up at 7:30. Called me. I couldn't make it there. I went there the next day, struck and trailed that track, and I was 24 to 25 hours behind it. Now, did they burn that buck down? No. But guess what it did for me? I trailed that bugger, got him, not him jumped and going, but I trailed him, got the dogs pushing hard, and it gave me a spot where he was going the next day. That is how you hunt lions. You do not hunt lions to catch them in a half hour.
That's not what
Now
I'm
that does
saying.
happen, but
I,
you are doing a chess piece and you're lining dots up to get to the tree at the end. And if
I
you're on a
understand.
traveling tom, it can take you 2, 3, 4 days. You know, you talk to McLean, it can take a week
I
to
understand
catch
that.
one single lion.
I understand that entirely. I'm not comparing these dogs doing this game to these dogs doing this game. Different things. Different tool for the job. You can't compare your drill to your hammer. Not related.
The deal is the dogs in the East and the dogs in the West are bred for the conditions that they are meant to be
That's what
trailing in.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but you're
saying.
saying that the dogs in the East are the same now.
No,
No, he's
no,
saying
I'm
the
saying,
dogs in the east.
Oh, he's saying they're
are-
better.
The
I'm saying they're
breeding
way better
in-
than they used to be.
But when Jared says the dogs in the West are better, and you say, "How do you know that?" How do you know they weren't? They're not.
No, I'm not saying they're better. He's saying the dogs in the east are better bred and farther ahead in breeding than the dogs in the west.
No, I'm saying the dogs in the East are orders of magnitude better than they were in previous times, and that's a fact. I mean, it's just they're catching more game faster. That's the point that they're trying to do, right? But Jared
But
just
there's
talked
other
about
people
that.
saying they're not.
What?
There's other people saying they're not.
With those other people, you don't see those other people hunting dogs that are winning either.
I don't know. I don't know what they hunt.
But you can look at it's all provable record. I wouldn't buy a dog from any of those people saying that. You know what I mean? If I'm going to go buy a dog, I'm going to go where I know they make good ones. But
Somebody who
They've
won a
done that in the
competition.
west.
somebody whose bloodline is consistently winning competitions over
I
the
don't-
course of years and years. That's the game.
The
When
only
you
Well,
want
thing
that's
to
the
I
same
don't
in the
like
west. You
about-
don't buy a dog from a guy that's never caught a lion.
No, but you just told me that a traveling Tom can take days and days and days and days, a week maybe. And that is the same stuff that they were talking about 100 years ago. So either the dogs have not got more efficient or better at the job,
I don't
or-
think you can
or-
get a
or that 100 years ago they did this. The bloodhounds that Montague Stevens had in the 1890s were as good as a dog could ever be on mountain lions. So either
No,
that's
do you know
true,
why it
or
takes us days and
or they
days to
haven't
catch a
improved.
single tom? It's because we want to catch that tom. That tom is in the back of my head that whole week. Now, if I trail off and catch a female in between there, or a smaller tom, so be it. We ran into another one.
Let me ask you guys this.
But at
Is
the
it
end of the
about-
day, I'm still trying to catch that thumper toed tom.
I understand that, but that doesn't have a bearing on the hypothesis that I queried.
Is it all about the catch?
Do we think that the dogs can't get better? Like, are they as good as they could ever be? Have they been as good as they could ever be for 130, 40 years?
But
I don't think you can get a better
The-
lion dog than what you have right now. I don't think there's no way.
you can still get better dogs, but instead of getting better dogs by leaps and bounds, we're so far ahead. You're talking fractions of an inch and better.
So you're saying that the dogs we have today getting the same results as, again, I would go back to Montague Stevens 1896 or 1893, whatever, with bloodhounds, pure bloodhounds, getting the same results that we're getting today, that those dogs are fractional apart in improvement because those
No.
original English bloodhounds were as
I'm
good
not
as it
saying
could get.
that part. So
But that's
leaps and
what-
bounds. We're leaps and bounds ahead of the 1890 bloodhound.
How do you
We're
how do
miles
you,
ahead of that dog.
how do you quantify that? In what way? Because you just told me it takes a week
Bloodhounds
to
are
catch a
slow.
traveling Tom, and that's the same thing that Montague Stevens said, and he was on
Everybody
horseback
knows
with
bloodhounds
bloodhounds.
But his dogs, those lions back then, never been dogged. You talk to guys lion hunting back in the 1950s and 60s, that jump was 400 or 500 yards sometimes. Then you get on a lion that's been caught 2-3 times. That's a wild son bitch. Now you need a dog to pick its head up and apply pressure to make it climb or bay up.
Okay,
That's where a
I
bloodhound
can
ain't
buy that.
coming in.
So the game has got harder due to the hunting pressure, and that's why we
Well,
don't see the large the
The
orders of
lions
magnitude
absolutely get
improvement in
smarter
fitness.
the more you chase them, just like bears.
Well, yeah, we caught a lion this year, and we had a bunch of dogs with young dogs. We caught her, put her up, treat her, let her go. Went back the next day. She outran us. She spanked us the whole day. We had her jump by 9:30.
I'll tell you what makes a good dog. I tell you what made. If you look at the catches, if you could add up all everybody's catches, go back 6 years ago when there was trail cameras. That's what makes a good dog.
Oh, absolutely. If
You
we
get a
could,
dog
you
on,
know,
you got a cell camera, and you get a picture of a lion. You're gonna go catch that lion if it was 10
that's a
minutes.
control. That's That's the most controlled scenario we'll ever have on a lion hunt.
So
is a cell phone camera.
so we're saying that the dogs are about as good as they can be.
I think they're better.
They're better, but we're leaps and bounds ahead of what we were 100 years ago, and we're still making better dogs. But instead of being leaps and bounds better, we're this much better.
But how are we
Every
leaps and
cross.
bounds better than 100 years ago when we're not more efficient, faster, or getting more
How do you know we're not
reliable
faster?
results?
Have you
I know, you
have you
keep
seen
saying
the
that. How
have
do
you
you
seen
know
dry
we're
ground
not?
dogs now? They're not big floppy eared, saggy nosed, face droopy eared dogs.
Bloodhounds were
But-
slow.
But if it
Bloodhounds were
takes
slow.
but if it takes
Now the
12 hours
dogs
to
are-
go 6 miles and it takes 12 hours to go 6 miles 100 years ago, what's
Warner-
the difference?
Warner Glenn brought in a dog and made his dogs better.
Yeah,
But the average dog, I'm not seeing the connection, guys, and like you're not hearing what I'm
that's
saying.
Not
because
everybody
because
back
the
east
average
is better.
the average dry ground liner hunter's only hunting 2 days a week. That's why
Mhm.
you can't go out and catch a coon or catch a lion in 2 hours every night.
Well, here's your numbers. If you're out there 7 days a week running cattle with your hounds, you're going to catch lions. You're going to bump a lion. You're going to run across the track. You're going to catch it. And those ranchers rather go catch that lion and kill it, right? Because that's his life. Like he said, these days we work with pair of bills. Then we get out for a weekend. We've all been there. Even Jared's been there where he had to work.
Yeah,
Let him work.
you know, we can't take a dog
Jared
out for
hunts
4 hours
7
a
days a
day.
week, and I hunt 2, he's definitely going to have better dogs. Period.
You
That's
can't.
true
Even
of
if
any
I
dog.
bought $10,000 dogs.
That's true of any dog in any situation. That's not what I'm talking about. Like you guys are getting hung on stuff that's not the point at all.
That's better dogs.
No, but you cannot confidently go. If you buy 10 puppies from random litters from guys who catch lions, the odds that 8 to 10 of them are going to be really good are a lot slimmer
Not random.
than
You
random
can't do
guys who catch
random.
a lot of lions. That's the issue.
10 guys that catch lions.
That 10 I said 10 random guys that catch a lot of lions. I'm not
Mhm.
saying this particular person or that particular person.
Mm-hmm.
But the odds that 8 to 10 of those turn out to be really good, regardless of what you do, is significantly less so
How do you
than the
quantify
same
that?
because there
you-
aren't because there are not near as many guys that are doing really good. Because if there
So you
was
have
more than
1,000 coon hunters.
Do you know how many good guys are catching lions in the Southwest right now?
There's a lot of guys catching lions right now.
if they're
Look at
not
our
telling
quota.
anybody and
Look at
no
our
if it's not provable, then it's a fairy tale.
Look at our
That's what
quotas.
Okay,
Our
but
quotas,
look,
there's no snow this year. And our quotas are almost done. In a lot
Almost.
of
There's
units.
6 lions left in this southern unit.
And there's
South
a lot-
Arizona.
and we're talking about a small population with shingles of guys hunting. And then you got guys shooting them across the canyon, all that stuff. You know. But you said yourself that a traveling tom takes 4, 5, 6, 7 days.
That's
catch.
because I'm stubborn and I'm not pulling my dogs off him. I could go.
I
I could go and
understand that.
catch another lion if I
You can
wanted
catch a
to.
different lion. I'm talking about like you're chasing this particular lion. It takes several days to catch it. 3 to 7 days. That is the same stuff that they were saying about catching a tom lion 130 years ago
It
with
still
bloodhound.
could take me 5 minutes to 2 hours to catch a coon. The hell's the
But-
difference
but-
from 100 years ago?
Okay, so 100 years ago, guys would go out and they would you don't even have to go that far back, but back when I was a little kid, a dog would trail for 30 minutes and tree a coon. Now, your average dog is not doing that. Like dogs were starting 2, 3 years old, like kind of like, you had to wait for them to mature. But now there's
But for
yearling
people
puppies
who
out
like to
there
hunt
winning shingles.
like this, like you do, that's a good thing. But for people who like to go out and actually trail and hunt for more than 5 minutes,
But
that's
is
not a
the
good thing.
idea
That, to me, that bred them down. Everybody, all these guys are saying
All
They're
these guys,
ruining the
all these guys do not have the dogs I'm talking about. That's not. That's
I
like
do.
me, huh?
I do.
Well, I know. Yeah, you have good dogs. You have good bred stuff. I know
And
that.
he's
And I
breeding back to
also
the
know
west.
this, and I also know this. The last litter I raised were out of 2 rock stars. Now they weren't pushed in big hunts because they don't have the money to push
Mhm.
them in big hunts. Both are silver champions. Well, one of them's a platinum now, but and we couldn't give the damn puppies away. Out of good bloodlines. And only one puppy made it. That's the one I'm hunting now. And all of them were pushed and given
But
opportunity.
but I mean, Jeremy, you grew up in it. You know, the dogs from when we were kids aren't half the dogs that are now. You know.
Well, see, that's like my dogs are totally different from what you're used to. My
Mhm.
dogs will pack, except for my male dog.
Mhm.
He's independent sucker, like what's bred today.
Yeah.
They're like my dogs are bred pretty close to the same bloodlines, and they're more similar to the dogs I grew up with that would pack than what you would normally hunt with.
Mhm.
My buddies say my dogs have big ears because they will. They go in there and steal your tree.
Mhm.
I got some gyps that'll run male dogs off a tree. I ain't proud of it. They're not mean, but they just love to pack. They're lazy. Take them by themselves, they look like $1 million.
Mhm. I just, I'm all about improving the breed. But you know, you talk about trailing and wanting to trail. It when you're hunting is not the object to catch the game. Is that not the point? You know, if you're not, the point is not to catch the game, then there's no point in improving the dogs in
But
the
we're
first
not in
place.
a hurry like you are.
But if the point is not to catch the game,
The point is, all right.
then you could use
I'd love
playing. You know.
no.
That's not the
I
whole
get
point.
no. It's not. I get stubborn. Like I just had a hunter leave. We killed the tom on Friday.
That's the truest statement I've seen yet. The men were better.
The men
Yeah.
were better. That's a fact. They weren't
And
lazy.
we hunted that. Well, we caught some other lions in between because he wanted to see some lions. But I found that tom 5 days before he showed up. And we were not leaving that mountain until we caught that tom. That is why we have what we have in the West. Is strictly because you build little competitions with these lions. Like, yeah, all right, it takes me 4 or 5 days, 6, 7, whatever you want to call it, to catch that tom. That's because I'm after him. Not
I
because I'm
understand
trying
that.
to, not because I'm trying to hit 4 trees in a night.
It's a different game. Stop comparing the dogs, Jared. That's not my point. That is, I've said that 100 times, and you're so hung on this thing that I did not say that it's muddying the
Because
whole
you keep
conversation.
throwing back the trees into it.
No, I'm saying that those dogs are better than their predecessors for that job.
So are these dogs.
How? It still takes you 5 days to catch the lion.
How
Wouldn't
how
better
are
be if
your
you could
dogs
catch him in
better?
2 days?
It's not the
How is
dog's.
Blackie's
It's
dogs
not the
better?
dog's fault that I put him a mile behind the track.
But you can't control how far behind the track it is. That's not something in your control. But
It's not, but it's still my job to put him on the track, ain't it?
well, wouldn't it be better to be if you could catch that 5 day lion in 2 days? If you had dogs that would push it harder, faster, more
How would you know
accurately.
that without a cell phone camera?
What do you mean? If you consistently caught lions in a day or two instead of in 4 or 5 days, like wouldn't that would show you? It has to take time. I'm talking about. I'm talking about
That
results
depends on the
over a
line.
Dude,
period
I've
of
had
time.
weeks where I've caught 5 lions in a week.
Okay, and
Now, is
I've
that
never,
has that
never,
ever
I've
does that
never
happen
had a
every
dog.
week? No.
But that's what I'm saying. But you yourself said it can take up to a week to catch a lion. Well, there were dogs winning when I was a kid that would hunt for 2 hours to catch one coon, and I have never, in my since I was a teenager, had a dog that was that slow not one time. Barring
see, now you're going back to the dogs and where you were from.
I'm going back to the improvement over time. You see what I'm saying? And you're giving me the same benchmark that they gave 100 years ago. A week to chase a lion for a week to catch you.
No.
That's what he said. And
yeah, it is. Because I'm after that Tom.
I understand that. That's the point.
One lion.
That's
not
the point.
chasing a group of them through a freaking canyon. I'm after that one Tom.
I
So I'm
understand
not
that.
letting my dogs out until I hit his specific track.
I understand that.
And it's not my dogs' fault that I dumped them loose 12 hours behind them instead of being an hour behind them.
Several times. That's my whole point.
That comes down to the hunter. That comes down to the hunter, not the dog. That's where you don't know shit about the West, and all you think about is the East.
Geography doesn't change the situation. If you're trailing one particular game,
but you don't know the West. You don't get it.
I don't
get how to hunt lions in the West.
I do get it.
No,
I understand the game.
You don't know shit besides what you read in a book. All it is, when it comes down to lion hunting in the West, I could go put my dogs out in the valley floor out here and hike around for 20 days and not catch one. Because guess why? I didn't put them in the country to catch one. That's why.
Or you can put them in the country to catch one on a hot one, and they can not catch it.
It comes down to the lion hunter.
What about when you put them on a hot one? What about when you put one on a hot one and they don't catch it?
Because they trailed all day, or because it was jumped and it was a wild bugger and it ran us into the ground? Which one?
Either way. That happened 100 years ago and it happens today.
So you're telling me that nothing...
He's still not getting it.
I'm like, you're not getting it. You're refusing to get it because you got this macho ego thing going on rather than looking at
it's because you're fucking retarded.
Scientifically. I'm retarded.
No, this is scientific.
What's scientific? You're giving me the same stories that they gave 100 years ago. Would that not be better to improve that? You said it improves it and then follow it up with the same stories they give 100 years ago. We don't have the same. That's what I'm saying. These guys don't have the same issues.
You're talking about knocking down a track from an hour of trailing to 5 minutes. We're talking about days.
So that's what I'm saying. Why would we not want to take it from? Why would we not cut it from days to less days, on average? You set the standard for a week, and that's the same standard they used to give in the old stories. Would it not be the standard to be 2-3 days now instead of a week? Would that not be? That's the kind of market improvement I'm talking about. I'm talking about on average, though. And you gave that benchmark.
It depends on the lion hunter.
But if it takes your dogs 12 hours to go 6 miles, that's how long it took them in the old days too. That's the why would that improvement not?
Did it rain? Is there frost on the ground? Have we not gotten rain in 4 months?
Okay, and these guys have those same conditions, the same, the better or worse, what have you. But the average increase is orders of magnitude greater than it used to be, whereas the average situation is the same here. That's what I'm saying.
So Derek, what would make a better lion dog? What your opinion from 100 years ago to now? What makes that dog better than 100 years ago?
Being able to push the same track faster and more accurately. Efficiency. Just efficiency. That's just efficiency is better. That's just objectively
changed.
Huh?
You can only get so cold. And if you have a hot-nosed track, you have to find a hot track. So if you did nothing but find hot tracks, they would catch more lions. If you ran across
I don't know that. I've never seen that. The hottest track I've ever seen, I was with Jared and we got smoked. And nobody has offered up anecdotal evidence to say that. And that's my whole point. If that happened regularly, y'all would have said something already.
But you also said that they won't let you in their club in Arizona.
Well, they won't.
Yeah.
There's a reason
How do
for
you
that.
know anything? How do
Because
you know?
because if you weren't born there, then you're just they
I
don't
wasn't-
understand.
I was
Who
born in
Bob.
South Dakota. I was born in South Dakota. Do you know how I got here? It's because I didn't go to a Mexican restaurant and then tell the Mexican cook how to cook Mexican food. That's
Well, I'm
why.
saying you said
You're
yourself
telling
you
me
didn't
I
catch
don't know
any.
what
You
the
said
hell I'm doing with breeding.
no. I'm saying I'm
And it's you can't
hypothesizing that if
and
we had a
you
longer,
haven't been
broader
here.
spectrum breeding program, we could have
You
better dogs
haven't
over
been here
time.
long enough to even know how to fucking start.
Okay, since we want to talk shit, Jared, you said yourself your first 2 years you caught no lions.
My
Mhm.
first
My
year I
first year-
caught no lions.
Your first year you caught none. I caught two. My first year with fucking Russian dogs. So if I was
Yeah.
all the way wrong, and I only hunted on the weekends, so
But
if I was
where's
all
the
the way
proof?
wrong,
Where's the
huh?
proof?
Where's the proof? I've never seen you with a dead lion either, Chris. You get that's not the way we do it in the West.
Well,
I've never seen Jared catch a lion.
I'm not the
You
one
know-
bragging about nothing. I'm just saying, where's the proof? You keep saying, where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the proof?
Exactly. That's my whole thing. There's no provable data
There's tons of
in the whole
provable
West.
data.
there
What?
Tons
is.
of provable data.
No, but if it's not available, then it doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
I could go to Payson to 2 or 3 hound guys and go on their coffee table and have so much data in a photo album. It's not
You
even
can.
funny.
You can, but the
Yeah.
average person can't. If it's not available to the public, then it might as well not exist. That's my whole point. This
That-
closed
that-
door.
that's, I think that's bullshit right there. That's
You know
where
what's
I'll
crazy?
call you on bull because they don't post it or they don't tell everybody. You're right. You don't know how many lions. I barely know how many Jared catches. He don't know how many. He yells at me all the time for not going out. Nobody knows when I go out because I don't post it. It doesn't mean I don't
That,
go out.
and I hypothesize that secretive, old school, my mountain idea is holding back the dogs in general. We could have better
That is
dogs. If we had a
It's
free
not.
I'm
turn.
going to
It's
disagree
not
on this
because
one.
we're not muddying up the waters by breeding everything. We're literally doing selective breeding, best dog to best dog, or filling gaps in breeding. This dog, like there's some guys' dogs that they were light on the tree. So they literally went in and bred tree dog back into them because they were light on the tree. And then they picked up their dogs again and kept going with it.
But I think it's hurting the sport and hurting the breed, and it's all going to go away because everybody's trying to be selfish, like trying to pass laws to keep people off
It's
public land.
definitely not going to go away.
Really?
There's 10 people right now I could call and get a dog.
You could, but I couldn't.
Well,
gotta
once
put in the
again, it's
time,
because
you
all
gotta
you
do
want to
the
do is
work.
argue.
You got to make friends.
Yeah. That's
No,
how
but
it
the
is.
only way to make friends in the West is tell everybody that their way is the only way, and I don't want to try anything different because different is scary, and we can't do that because my ego is too fragile to try anything new.
Why would they change their way if they're catching 5 lions a week?
That's the issue. They don't need to change their way, but they're afraid to let somebody else try anything new because maybe they might do better than me. We can't have that.
Nobody stopped you.
I got a
told
dog from
you,
the West.
If you have radical hypotheses or theories, you have to radically prove it.
Yeah, I can't radically. You know what I did? I had to bring in Russian dogs and Eastern dogs to hunt because I couldn't get a hold of anything from anywhere provable. Nobody will show anything in the woods.
Then just
Everybody
go get
wants
trash
to
and start picking them out.
You got to take people's fucking word for it and buy 40 dogs and spend years to find out if it's a shit box or not. That's a wasteful gamble
How do
to
you
me.
think? How do you think I started?
Yeah.
By
You
that
think
very
I
way.
just got the best dogs in the world and just like, yeah, here you go.
That's the difference in mindset though. You can take your money in the East if you want to play that game and you can buy the best bred dog in the world because that guy's not afraid of beating you because he's betting that his way is better. Putting a dog in your hands, he's not worried about losing to you because he thinks he can beat you. Where in the West, they don't want competition. And
No,
I
it's
can
not
only
the competition part. It's not the competition because I have dogs I sell or give, but I'm not giving them to anyone. Yeah, I don't give dogs to people I don't know. I don't.
I think it's stupid
I
if
just
you
sold.
do.
I didn't even sell this dog. I just gave a 5-year-old dog to a buddy to help him out. And she's seen 50, 60 lions in her life. I gave him that dog because she was doing good. She's a great dog. But he needed help. And she's just a good dog for me. So I gave him that dog. He
Th-
needed
that's
help.
my entire point, though.
I'm
Everybody's
not
in their.
saying you
But
didn't have
no,
help.
it's not because of a click. It's not because of a click.
That's exactly what it is.
No,
You just said
I
you
could have
only give
sold that
dogs to your
dog.
buddy.
I could have sold that dog for $6,500.
But you didn't.
Instead, no, because I could have sold it. I could have sold that dog to a piece of shit lion hunter that goes out once every 7 years, and he would have called me the one day he took it out, and he's like, "This dog doesn't catch shit." Yeah, because you hunt one day out of 365. Of course, that dog's gonna go to shit. That's why I do not give people I don't know anything I have. It does. They do. I'm worried that they will not give that dog justice. That is why guys do that stuff in the West.
And you could have
'Cause
got
they-
a dog from Casey.
Yeah.
I told you could have Morozny. She's been on 12 bears at that time.
If most guys with high-end hound dogs that like the buddy group that you talk about, that those guys are hunting 200 days a year and they want to see their lines get hunted 200 days a year. And
But
guys,
only by the guys that already do it. They don't want more guys hunting on their mountains 200 days a year.
no.
They'll try to run everybody out of the country that they
No,
don't
they
let
When
them.
you have a barbecue, you invite all your neighbors over.
No, but I don't try to pass laws to keep people off public land.
Who does that?
Western houndsmen.
They passed a law for that.
They tried to pass laws.
No, the hound. You're talking about Nevada.
Yep.
That's
I'm talking about
That's a
Nevada, and I'm
whole
talking about the
different situation.
vehement support that some people in Arizona gave that idea. Because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. National Forest is different when it's
Well,
west of the Mississippi River.
what about you guys trying to just hog up all the back east guys, Virginia?
It's the same thing as private land. I mean, I'm not sticking up for what Nevada did, but it's the same thing as a coon hunter having 300 acres of his own private locked up, so you can't go on it. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. He owns that 300. He bought it.
No, he has
Whereas
permission.
this guy
from it,
doesn't want to make the
whatever.
investment, but he wants to lock up 100,000 acres that belong to everybody. That's the difference.
Now,
Yeah.
okay.
Trying to lock up something you don't
No,
own
No,
is not the same as
Okay,
locking
so
your own house.
I lived up north in Nevada. I would drive down to southern Arizona and buy dogs. Okay. I moved down here, got my butt kicked, was getting my butt kicked. I caught one lion like my second or third week down here.
Mhm.
And I went a month with nothing. And I mean, I called my buddy. I'm like, dude, I think my dogs forgot how to bark. And he gave me 5 spots to go check after that. And he had dogs.
I've sent plenty of young houndsmen to Kenya.
Absolutely. We're not gatekeeping nothing. But I'm
You
not
say that after telling me 10 minutes ago that you got to spend years making friends with people to open these doors to public property.
You do.
But-
You can't go into a guy's kennel and tell him you don't know what he's doing either.
No, but
Like,
you can't
That's
pretend
not
the
how you're
mountain
gonna
is your
make
kennel.
friends.
Can't what?
You can't
That is
pretend the
not how
mountain
you're
is your
gonna-
backyard.
It is
You know,
my backyard.
But it's
You're
not.
not
It's
gonna-
everybody's
no.
backyard.
Yeah.
No, but
So you either
If
hunt
I
with me or
ran
you go
into you
around
on
me.
the
I'm not going
mountain-
to stop hunting it.
if I ran
I'm not
onto
going to tell
you,
you to leave.
if I ran into you on the mountain and we had this conversation on the mountain, and then you called me a day later saying, "Hey, have you found anything?" I'd tell you no, even if I did find something, because I'm like, fuck this guy. He's telling me I'm an idiot for
I'm not
breeding what I
saying you're-
have bred.
I'm not saying you're an idiot, Jared. That's the thing. You're so easy to get offended over something I didn't say. What I said was I hypothesized that if we had a longer, more scientifically structured, broader spectrum breeding program, the average dog would be orders of magnitude better than the average dog
You
from
can't-
before.
You will not make a better dog out of somebody who hunts their dogs 200 days. a year.
That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the potential
you're
of the
talking
average dog. The potential
What's
of the average.
dog? What's the average dog? A guy who hunts it 200 days or
No,
50
I'm not
days?
talking about what the potential of the average dog is born with, is what I'm referring to.
I get
I'm
what
not
you're
talking
referring
about
to,
this guy's a harder hunter than this guy. I'm talking
but
about
when it
improving the
comes,
breed as a whole. I've said that very clearly a lot of
yeah,
times. You guys
but
keep talking about human
when it
factor. That's
comes
not what I'm
to when
discussing.
it comes to Western lion hunting or bear hunting in the West, where game is sparse and there's not something in every canyon, it comes down to
Come on, man.
who's the better
Y'all
lion
don't be
hunter.
picking
Whoa!
on my buddy here.
Now, you better control that boy and learn him how to Texas hunt. On your
Them
Good
private
like to
Lord.
land.
kick
Good
On your
y'all's
Lord.
ass.
private land.
Let me tell you.
Like, I tell you what, if Cody came over here and hunted my country for 200 days, he'd probably spank me the next year. He'd learn the country, he'd learn the corridors, and the next year he'd come out to the same 200 days I did, and he would have a better aspect of it than I would.
I can tell you one thing. And I didn't hear this conversation. I just pulled up with my radio blaring. But I can tell you one thing that's kind of interesting. Y'all want to get some real knowledge going on here.
There we go.
Every time, multiple times in the 20 years of my hunting career, I have sent dogs to West Texas or New Mexico and to dry ground desert lion hunters for multiple reasons. Someone lost some dogs and just needed some help or whatever the case may be. And every time I got one of those dogs back, that dog was substantially better than when I sent it, as far as trailing ability goes. And for bobcat hunting, you need more than trailing ability. But I always found that very interesting to
What
send
was
them
the
dogs.
time frame? How long were they here?
Months.
So let's say 2 months.
At least, yeah. I mean, some
So
of them
this-
for a year,
so
6
here's-
months.
Here's the argument: is Derek said, I'll try not to slaughter it, Derek. that
I said I
Western-
hypothesis.
no. I'm telling you
Hey.
what we're hearing is 100 years ago to today, the Western lion dog hasn't really advanced because of breeding. Like they could be better. But me and Jared are disagreeing with that because, and right now you kind of proved it because it only took 2 months for your dogs to get way better.
I would
That's
caveat that by saying Cody's dogs are not the average hound.
They're
hypothesize-
average West Texas hound.
I don't think they're average at all.
It is when and what
How
I'm
many days does he hunt a year?
is they had to go to an area where a lot more trailing is involved to catch game. And
Okay.
Right.
yeah, and so it hunting here. Now this is also years ago, back before we were in a drought. Hunting here, they didn't need the trailing skills to catch game that they did out there. So it kind of fine-tuned them being out there. But I can tell you this, and in my old age, nature nurture has been a big argument in my mind versus these hounds. Because I can tell you one thing unequivocally without a doubt, and this is fact, and I don't care what anybody says, but I seen a man who had bobcat dogs just like mine, the exact same breed. I can go out in my kennels right now and show you dogs that are litter mates, and well, that's a litter mate to his dog, or that dog's out of his dog, or whatever the case may be. And that man transitioned from a South Texas bobcat hunter to a dry ground desert lion hunter. And I over a 5-year period with the exact same pack of dogs, I watched those dogs transition. And I can tell you that unequivocally, without a doubt, those dogs became a lot more like the dogs y'all are talking about. You know, I promise you this. There's not a single pot licker, as I'll call them, not to be offensive, hound that could come out and trail lions any colder and catch them. But at the same time, I watched that pack of dogs go from being capable of catching 100+ bobcats a year to being lucky to catch 20. And they were no longer good bobcat dogs, but they were wonderful. You know, the guy catches 25+ lions a year, you know,
Yeah.
and nothing but dry ground desert. And those dogs became cold trailing, you know, the running walkers became pot lickers in 5 years just because of the conditions that they were forced to hunt in. And so I think that after seeing that, my opinion changed over 5 years. And I think that dogs, to some extent, are going to adapt to what they need to be where they're at. And breeding has a lot less to do with it than I initially thought myself.
Because you took running dogs and they became great where they needed to be great.
Yeah.
And
Now,
if not where
The
you needed
conditions trained the dog.
Yep.
well, hold on here. I'm gonna jump on that. So the 2 months they went out, just, you know, say 4 months, they went out to a Western drag ground lion hunter and came back better trail dogs, right?
Yeah.
That's where it goes back to being a lion hunter and the person.
That was not my
Good.
hypothesis,
You-
though. That
good.
wasn't my
You-
hypothesis at all.
But this is where it comes down to making good dogs. The handler, the lion hunter, has to be good at what he does to make those dogs great at what
And
they do.
nobody disputed that. I just hypothesized that we could have orders of magnitude more potential in the dog born if we had a larger, more open, broad spectrum, dedicated breeding program to a common goal. That was all that I hypothesized, and y'all got super offended by it.
Well, we
Well,
have
it's
that,
'cause-
and because you can't see it, you don't believe it's there.
No, No, you having it between 2-3 guys is not a large
It's
breed
the same thing.
wide. No, it's not. It's a dot in the greater. I'm talking about
Well,
the average.
it's not a
Western
That
hound
dog.
as a whole.
sounds almost like a socialist comment. Because I have it, I have to give it to you.
No,
No,
that's not
it's-
what I said. You guys are looking for reasons to get offended. I'm not interested in
No,
helping.
it's
I'm not
because-
offended.
More.
I'm
Ridiculous.
telling you what you're
It's-
saying. You're
Y'all are
saying that
so afraid of any new
anything
anything I said.
you're
Maybe
afraid that
this
we're
can
gonna
make
prove
them
you
better.
wrong.
No, it's
But you
this
can't
is-
prove
this
me
is how it
anything if you
is.
guys don't
Yeah.
prove shit.
The
You
You
can't
guys
large
say,
prove
I
it
know a
either,
guy
Greg.
that you don't know his name, and I won't tell you his name, but
the,
he did
the
this one
large
thing one
group,
time.
the
That's
large
not
group
that
of
that doesn't do anything.
the
that's my
large
whole
group
thing.
of lion hunters in the West can only hunt on a good week 3 to 4. The large group of lion hunters in the West can only hunt 3 to 4 days a week, and that's getting after it. You know,
3 or
the
4
large
days a
group,
week anyway.
the
You're
large
gonna-
group can only hunt Saturday, Sunday. You are not going to be able to prove what that dog can do by only hunting 2 days a week. You have to hunt 7.
That is my whole that is unrelated to my
Oh,
point.
It's
My
it-
point,
it-
because you're saying you have to hunt 7 days a week to catch a tom. You keep saying that, and that's the same thing they said 120 years ago in those
Yeah.
old stories. I'm saying, okay, so are we saying that dogs have not improved orders of magnitude better?
No. We're
So then
saying you
in
have to
what
hunt
way-
that many days to make good dogs.
That's not what I'm talking about. Nobody's disputing that, man. Nobody's disputing that. The guy that hunts harder is going to have better dogs. That's a fact for
Yes,
sure.
but
They're
you
not going to
want
learn how to do it.
Well, then we
But
have
the
better
group-
dogs. We have better dogs
no.
now than we did then.
No,
I'm
group of
discussing-
guys that are able to make that bloodline and say they have good packs of dogs. There's such a small group of lion hunters that are able to do that
and
hunt that 7
Well,
days
a lot of
compared
it
to the
has
guys
to
that
do-
can do 2.
a lot of it has to do, you take guys and one of the most famous is Dale Lee, you know, but guys like that, and I'm just as bad. I would love to make a living hunting hounds, but I don't want to be a broke dick my whole life. And that just boils down to I just don't love hunting hounds quite enough. You know, as a lot of them old timers, and you have a certain group of individuals that loved it so much that they made it their livelihoods, and that's how they make a living. And those are the guys, you know, it's very difficult to have a 9-to-5 job and have a good pack of hounds. That's a very difficult task to accomplish.
And
Very
you go back to Charlie Tant with his walker dogs in Western Nevada and California and the Sierras. He lived in an abandoned house, and his bed was 6 comforters blankets stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, look at me. Dale Lee was destitute in his old age, you know,
Yeah.
living in people's garages and stuff.
Charlie Tant, he was so poor, he was using newspaper and stuffing it in his shirts and his pants for insulator.
Yeah.
You know, they used to make comments about him. He went to the hot springs because they read the newspaper and the hot springs floating around. You know, and that is what makes.
I think what little that I got out of it as I was walking up, you know, is Derek was and correct me if I'm wrong, but he was probably trying to compare, and there's no doubt Derek's right a little bit when he's talking about breeding programs and houndsmen, and I'm sure that there's people out there that do it. I'm not saying that they're not.
No, there is.
My dogs, I can tell you what they all go back to, but you know, those decisions were made. Hey, Slade, what? And I sure like Sam there. You know, why don't we breed Sam to Rough? Okay, well, what's Rough out of? Well, I don't know. I can't remember. You know, I don't keep the extensive records and I'm sure that some people do. You know, Reuben had a book about that big. He had stuff written down in Derek Edwards. He's a cat hunter from up around Fort Worth. You ask him how old someone else's dog is, and he's got it in there, you know. But you get away from them registered dogs and that line of breeding, and a lot of the old timers, you know, would tell you them papers ain't worth. You wipe your ass with them, and I agree with them a lot of times. I see too many. But a big issue is that you see a dog. Prime example. Guy called me. I talked to him today, or I talked to someone else regarding today. I sold him a pup 2 years ago, and he called me up. He's from Maine. And he said, man, this pup ain't working out, and I just wanted to give you first chance if you wanted it back. And I said, no, I don't want it back. And he goes, yeah, the pup just not doing very good. I said, oh, that's all right, man. You can't win them all. And just as we were getting off the phone, I said, man, how many cats have you caught with it? He said, 6. He's a 2-year-old dog that's seen 6 cats. And there's someone in Maine right now saying them dogs from Cody ain't worth the shit. You know, well, how are you going to have a good and the dog's 2.5 how are you going to have a good 2.5-year-old dog if you caught 6 cats with it? You know, so a lot of that blood, and that's a same cross as my loud dog out of Rough and Rooster. As good a breeding as there could be. And that's why it's a lot harder for houndsmen to have that extensive breeding program, is because so many of them dogs go to hunters and they just don't get a fair chance. You know,
That's what I was talking about earlier when I gave my buddy a 5-year-old and I didn't sell the dog because I want that dog to go somebody that's going to hunt it.
Yeah.
I'd rather eat the money and have that dog go to someone that's actually going to put lines in front of it compared to it sitting on a chain or going into a kennel and going stale.
have competition coon hunters gotten that good?
Have they gotten
I
better?
mean, have their dogs improved? Because they have breeding programs.
Orders.
like
That was
right?
my whole point. And
I
that's
think what they do
Yeah.
best is put their dogs in the hands of good handlers.
Yes.
But the dogs that were winning when I was a little kid would never make it out of a $20 hunt today. It's just not gonna. They're orders of magnitude more efficient at the job. One coon would win you a big cast back when I was a little kid, and now it takes at least 3 generally. I mean, in less time because they used to hunt for 2 hours. Now it's not.
If a guy could start a breeding program and breed a dog that would rig a lion and catch him in 30 minutes, it'd be a different story.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that if we had, not only could we get improvement over time that was recognizable in the average dog, but if we had a record system, then you could know at least to a degree what potential the pup had.
It comes down to, but when it comes to hunting lions, like, yes, you got to have good breeding.
There's not enough consistent hunters in the consistent area hunting the consistent game. I don't think.
Yes, it comes down to the hunter.
I don't think you could get 5 people to sit down and agree that that's the dog they want to breed to.
Yeah,
you know,
it comes down when it comes down to good breeding, whatever. Everyone has their own style of dog, but when it comes down to hunting, you still got to hunt. You still got to hunt, and you got to put your dogs in front of lions. Put them on tracks.
I understand. Nobody's disagreeing with that. That's not what that's not.
But, with that 7-day lion hunt of me chasing that tom for 7 days, it's not the dogs' fault that I had to connect the dots for 6 of those days to get them.
Yes,
underneath
I
that
agree
lion.
with that completely. It didn't take you 7 days, but if you had better breeding, you could have caught it in 5. That's lion dependent. It takes 7 days to get in position on the lion to catch the son of a gun.
Well, and if you had a hotter nosed dog, you wouldn't even started that track from 7 days because he couldn't smell it unless it was 5 days old.
No, not that. It's
I
hit that tom
I
track.
have arguments with that a little bit because, and in an exaggerated sense, anyways, because if you're a dry ground hunter and you're consistently trailing 2-day-old track, I hear a lot of guys say, "Man, I trail a 2-day-old track, 3-day-old track," and my response is always, "Why would you want it?" And Brett Vaughn's kind of famous for saying, "Well, hell, you never know. You could trail up on a kill, and that lion just laid up." And he's absolutely right. You can. How often is that going to happen? Who knows? But you say, okay, if you didn't have that super cold nosed dog, you wouldn't have even known the track was there. I could say if you hadn't spent all day trailing that old track and not knowing you was too far behind it to catch it, and you'd have kept hunting, you would have hit a hot truck.
Yes.
So it can go both ways. But there's a line in there somewhere, and it's that line is going to be number one, personal preference.
Yes.
Actually, no. Number one is game population. There's that's going to be a big factor. Brett Vaughn goes hunting and finds a lion track. He may not find another lion track for a month. He better chip away at that one and see what he can do. But lion population, personal preference, is going to play a role in that as well. And conditions are going to play a role in that as well. You know, how old of a track can you smell? I mean, a lot of times where I live right now, or where, you know, where me and Derek have hunted a little bit out west, I don't care how old your dog's nose is, the dirt is only going to allow so much. You know, you can bring the coldest, there's the scent's not going to stay for a dog to smell it for 2 days because it's just dirt, you know, and powdered dust. But that line of what's acceptable and where you want, that's going to change in different places for all of those different reasons, and then some, I would say.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a guy down the road from me. He wants his dogs to trail 8 or under, is what he says. 8 hours or fresher.
I got a thesis that Roy McBride wrote. Roy McBride had the Panther program in Florida. I don't know if y'all know who he was, but he's a very famous lion hunter in Texas and all over.
Okay,
That's
I think I
Rocky's
know what you're
daddy.
talking about.
He passed away the other day. I gave Brett his thesis. I don't know if he ever posted it or not, but in that thesis, he says in that desert, he said, I want dogs that are going to focus on a trail between 4 to 6 hours or fresh. You know, that's
Yep.
what he.
And it just comes like me. I don't have the dirtiest rotten cold nose dogs, but they're cold nose that I like. I went 2 days ago. I got a phone call, or 3 days ago. I got a phone call about a lion. Guy glassed one up, javelina hunting. I couldn't make it. I go in there the next day, and we trail them, and it's not giddy up or go. And we didn't catch it, but I called my buddy and I told him where that track ended and where I think he's going. It's, to me, that's what I like,
So,
is connecting the dots.
I got a question for you guys. If there was a guy who, let's say for the last, let's use Casey for an example, because everybody likes Casey. Let's say Casey was just slam banging lines, catching them faster and more efficiently, more regularly than anybody else. But his dogs operated totally different from the guys, from what we think of now as a dirt lion dog. Say his dogs just operated different in some way. Would you want to get in on that?
Yeah, he's catching more
Why would
than
you?
I am.
Okay, that's my whole entire point. So why does the idea that there is a way to improve the efficiency of the dogs by orders of magnitude so offensive? I don't get that. I'm not comparing Eastern dogs to Western dogs. I'm comparing them to themselves.
But we
in
do
different
that
time
already.
periods.
Yeah.
But no, like, we haven't seen orders of magnitude of
That is the
efficiency
order.
increase.
We don't have papers. We have contacts, right?
No, that has nothing to do with orders of magnitude of efficiency increase in the dogs themselves. You take the hardest hunting guy going versus the hardest hunting guy going in this time period. This guy now is not catching more lions faster and more efficiently based on dog power than this guy was. And that is the
So-
thing that
Okay.
I hypothesized would have been changed if there been less infighting and holding everything close to the secret. If there was more open marketplace situation going on, that we could have made a better breed as a whole. That's my whole entire
Because
thesis.
it goes back to, I don't want to sell that dog to that guy because I don't know if he hunts 15 days a year or 300. If he hunts
That
300 days
does
a year,
matter. That does matter. So I would ask Casey, how often you hunting these dogs? Every day? So if I get a dog, I got one of Casey's dogs. I get a dog and I hunt it 2 days a week for 6 months. Casey's hunting them 7 days a week for 6 months. Is that dog out of Casey's the way he hunted? I hunt it the same way. 2 days a week though, not 7 days a week. Is that dog going to be better than Casey's dog he has?
I'm not talking about the individual puppies. That's what you guys
That fucking matters, Derek. That matters. That matters.
I'm
How
talking about
often
if
you
all
want
the
a
best.
good
I said if all the
line-
best guys in the whole area were were breeding only their best stuff to each other for a long
It
period of
absolutely
time without
matters,
that
Eric,
closed
how
door stuff.
often you hunt a dog.
I'm only
Absolutely.
talking about the best hunters. I'm talking about only the best hunters. They all hunt enough. That's not my.
Okay,
I'm
if
not
you don't
taking.
hunt the way they hunt, you're not going to get the same result as Casey.
I'm not. That's
I
not what I'm
don't hunt
talking
like
about.
Casey.
You're not listening to me at all. You
You
guys are
just
so
said that,
obsessed
Derek.
with being
You
upset.
just said
No,
that.
no, I did not say anything about the
You
days
did.
hunting.
You said no.
No,
Stop.
I didn't. You did.
You said
You're
if
now
this
you're
guy
trying to
has a
gaslight me
different
because you're
way.
upset because I've hurt your
I'm
feelings.
not upset. I'm calling you out on your
You're
shit.
yelling.
So just shut up. I'm
No.
jealous.
Yes, no. That's not
What'd
what
you
I
say?
Jesus Christ. You're
You
yelling. is
said
what I
if
said.
he hunted a different way,
A different
would we want
way,
that dog?
not more or less days. If his
That
dogs
matters.
operated,
Do you not
if it's
understand
all,
that matters? How many?
no, I'm
Does
saying
anybody on here agree that it don't
listen to
matter?
me. Only assuming the best hunters. I'm only talking about the best hunters. That's why I use Casey for example because he hunts hard.
Yeah.
If
But
he's the
if
best hunter hunting 7 days a week and you only hunt 2 days a week,
I
you're not gonna
literally
get
said
the same
assuming
result
everybody
out of the
hunts
way
the
he
same
hunts in
amount
the
of days.
same line.
That's not what
No.
I'm talking about, Chris. I'm not talking about a
You
better
never talk
handler.
about what you just said, Derek.
I just said 5 times in a row, assuming the best guys all hunting hard. I said that repeatedly.
So if I take
Not
that,
yet.
no. So if I
I
take
said
his
if the
dog
dogs
and
are
I hunt
operating
7
in a
days a
totally
week,
different way,
I'll
would
have
you
the
want
same
in on
dog.
that? That's what I asked. I didn't. You're not gonna have the same dog if they're operating differently. I said if the dogs operate in a different way. I didn't say less days, more days. The question was about if somebody had dogs that operated differently, more efficiently, would you want that? And he said yes. You said no. I think.
No,
And that
we
No,
both
we
said
said
yes
we would
because we
take
both want to
that.
catch more lions.
okay. So you would want something new and different if it was better. So why is
Yeah.
the idea that if all the best guys in the West that hunted hard as fuck, only the legit dudes,
They do breed back to it. They
I
do
don't
call each
understand where
other
you
and mock
think
each other.
nobody's hunting hard. I don't get
I
it.
didn't say that, Chris.
But
That's not
all
what I
those
said. That's
all
not what I
those
said.
guys
You're not.
do call all those guys do call each other. I mean,
But
that guy
but
from
it's
Utah,
not.
I can't remember
But
his
it's
name.
not.
You'll have
It's
to talk
not.
to
It's
Dustin,
not
but
structured and documented, so it can't be
It
kept
is.
track of. And
No, it is.
not intermingled.
Where? Not in
with Charlie
not in
Tant dogs.
AKC?
He started with Charlie Tant walkers, and then I'm not good with the name remembering, but then he drove down and bred some dogs to Larry Hendricks, and then he also went and bred dogs to government hunters as well, and they made damn fine dogs.
Well,
But
here's a point to that, too. And I'm
It's-
going to use Chris as an example. But let's just say Chris hunts 5 days a year, right? He ain't got no dogs worth of shit. He don't hunt 5 days a year. He hadn't caught a cat or a bear in 10 years. But all his dogs came from me. Does that mean his bloodline ain't worth of shit?
nope. That
So
means-
it's not quantifiable.
yes.
You know, it's the hunting different days, and I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of that myself.
Here's an example. If you take a quarter-mile track car and the guy's running 110 octane in it, and you buy this car for $5,000 from him, and you go to that quarter-mile track and you put 87 in it, it's not going to run the same.
Exactly, but you know for damn sure that car has a potential.
I
to be
know for
faster
damn
than the
sure.
Kia Rio.
Casey's
You know, for-
dogs hunt.
Hunting
I mean-
That I'm
hunting dogs is not quantifiable enough to do what Derek is talking about doing, unfortunately.
But what is Derek talking about would make a better lion dog? Something that goes quicker, a hotter nosed dog.
That's
That's
and
not- that's
he's
not the
trying to
question.
compare it to coon hunting.
I'm using that as an example. I'm not saying those dogs would be better. I'm saying I hypothesize that
That's a
there
good
would-
question, though.
It's-
That's a good question, Chris. So, what would be better?
Well, obviously, you know, I'd love my dogs to hit a 24-hour lion track and rip it like it's standing in front of them. You know, and that I haven't been around very long. I've only been in dogs 12 years. But comparing what we've read back in the day to where dogs were trailing 3, I think Dale Lee said he trailed his oldest track was 5 days before they an actual 5-day-old lion track is what Dale said one time. Was 5 days old back in the day. Cold-nosed dogs trailed that. Now, to catch more lions and that stuff, a dog is only as fast as its nose. So if a dog, hypothetically, could hit a 12-hour-old lion track and grip it and rip it like it was a bear track, that'd be $1 million lion dog.
And everybody would want to breed to it.
And
So
everyone would want to breed to it.
I think the issue that we had is that I didn't caveat, but the difference in the East and the West, the sole difference in the breeding is that these guys have a they have a goal. Everybody has the same goal. Catch more, catch them faster, catch them more accurately. Everybody has that goal. Out West, everybody doesn't have the same goal necessarily. No, they're not all breeding toward the same end result. And I think that is what's got the fractured stuff.
Disagree with that. I think everybody wants to catch a lion quicker than they have to or want to. I think we breed our dogs.
Why are we breeding for colder noses? You hear that all the time. I need a colder nosed dog. Why are we wanting to
what's colder nose? 3 day
fast
or 24-hour?
Well, no, but I've heard it a lot. We've all seen it. Guy wants a colder nosed dog. Why do you want a colder nose if you want to catch faster? Because those two things do not go together.
Well, that's
an
when it
older
comes down
track
to being
and a
a
faster
lion
catch.
hunter.
What's that?
That's when it comes down to being a lion hunter. Some guys like 8-hour-old lion tracks because they're gonna if their dogs strike it, there's a good chance they're gonna catch it.
And that's my point.
And
everybody has a different goal. That's what I was just saying.
But it also comes down to it's one lion. Like in one mountain range, there might only be 2-3 in there.
Or there might be 7 in there. You know.
You don't know.
Yeah,
and
you never know.
They could cross and you end up whatever. But when it comes to like I get competitive against lions. If I find a big thumper tom, I want him in a tree or on a ledge in front of me. I'm going to trail him. Eventually, I'll get on him where I can trail him. And I'm going to have to play connect the dots to where he's going. And I will. And something like one time, the tom on my wall, it took me 3 months to figure his pattern out before I finally put him on the short end. But with a 7-day period of hunting 7 days straight, say I hit him and the first day the dogs are pecking and they're going cold on him. And they're just pecking and you trail them all day like that and you only go 3-4 miles. But all of a sudden he hits this big long corridor canyon and you're all, I know there's a rock ledge over there. He's heading there. So the next day you leapfrog 2 miles and you find that scratch and you go again. And then he does something else and you're like, he's going this way. And you play connect the dots until finally it might be day 2, it might be day 7, what have you. You're going to connect enough of those dots or you're going to run into them. That is why some guys have those colder nosed dogs.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that was the misunderstanding that I had. I didn't quite think about that everybody wants a different thing. We like every guy hunting lions doesn't have the same goal.
Well,
because
there's a guy compare coon dogs to lion dogs.
And I wasn't trying to do that. And that's what we spent half the conversation saying that's not what I'm doing. You're saying that
that's like
the lack of
like Pee Wee football in NFL.
So Jared, how many days did you go, Jared, without finding a track driving roads?
Oh, I've gone 4 or 5. So sometimes I've gone 5-6 days without finding a track.
But if you went 4 days without even finding a track,
where did you
found a track? You would have tried to run it because it could be another. Are you going to trail it for 2 days?
But where did you go 4 days and not see a track?
Southern border. Absolutely.
happens.
You'll have
Really?
days like that. You will
I
have
just
days
I
like
just been lucky, I guess, because like I say all the time, I've never been to 36 and not cut a track, or 35, one of the two. Like I never went down
And-
on that loop that I run and not cut a track.
It
But
doesn't.
I
You
guess
could
I
cut a
just didn't.
track, but can you trail it every time?
No, my dogs won't take
Exactly.
really cold shit. They just won't do it. They're just
So
not gonna.
Exactly.
They'll
So
get
the
out.
tra-
trailing for 2 days is better than looking for another 3 days and not finding a track.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I was just hypothesizing that we could
Well, you
make
said
better
never
dogs,
know.
but we can't make better dogs for everybody if everybody has different goals. Because like I wouldn't want to, like what Jared just described that he likes to do. He wants to get after that son of a bitch every day for a week and finally, and that would bore me to absolute tears. That's not
That's
what I like.
most
So I would want a
lion
different dog. It's the personal. What's that?
That's most lion hunters. In the
If that's a big thumper Tom, I'm gonna hammer down on him. Now,
No, and I'm not knocking that at all.
If there's a night old lion track in front of me and it's a female or a smaller Tom, yeah, I'm gonna pull off that Tom and I want to go look at one too.
Okay, I see.
I'm
That's
not gonna drive over it and be like, yeah, I'm not gonna have a layup today.
Well,
No.
the other part of it is how good can they get? I mean, they're not going to be flying around with laser beams up their ass using thermals to locate the lions. I mean, at the end of the day, there's only so much a dog can do.
And that was my thought. Like as I said earlier, have they gotten as good as they could possibly get? Were they already as good as they could have got 100 years ago? Like, had the limit been hit?
And
at what point did the limit get hit? Like, I don't know. I was just posing questions to make conversation.
Instead of being
I don't
better,
have as much.
We have made leaps and bounds better from the bloodhound back in Ben Lilly days. We're leaps and bounds in front of that. But now, instead of being leaps and bounds better, we're fractions.
No, I get that. I just from
is it.
all I got is stories. I've never hunted with bloodhounds, and I've never hunted with.
Lily didn't like bloodhounds either.
No, Montague Stevens had bloodhounds, and he hunted more bears than he did lions, but he did hunt lions. He hunted grizzlies mostly, but
There's a guy. He has straight cur dogs. They're straight cur dogs. Not a lot of them.
Daryl Fry.
No, it's not Dale Fry. He's a
Daryl
government
Fry.
guy.
Oh, Daryl Fry hunts mountain curs.
Yes, he does. But it's a government guy, and he has straight cur dogs. And he will dump those cur dogs out on a kill before he'll put his hounds out first, because he says them cur dogs will have the right direction and the short end of the track, because a lion will come back to that kill, 4 or 5 times in one night sometimes. And those hounds, they'll go off to trailing with the first track they hit. Those cur dogs will hit that hot track and take it. And then he'll put his hounds in with it once his cur dogs start taking it.
and I don't know, but I've always hypothesized that a quiet, like a tight dog that moved out would either catch them, or like I always say, I want to either catch it or not catch it, but I want to do it today. And I've always thought that a quiet dog, like some curs are tight, or ridgebacks are tight, or like if you could lower the temperature enough to where Lycas could run and not die, something like that, I think would just slam. They wouldn't make the
Nance walkers. There's some Nance walkers that won't make a sound until it's jumped.
Yeah, and I've seen some trigs like that too, like back east. But it's just I always thought that a dog like that would be your lion catching machine, like the best you could get.
We all want to catch it that day. I think our goal is to catch it that day. We all want to catch it that hour, but there's people who don't give a shit if they catch it that hour. They're going to catch it whether it's. I mean, look at Mike Roots. 10 days trailing a lion. Hunter goes home, he catches it the next day. There's people that will grind that track out and have the patience and love to do it. We love the work.
Most places aren't going to have a dense enough population. Even where there's shit tons of lions, there's not lots of lions. Yep. And just because, I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule. But especially you guys, because you guys kind of try to focus Tom lions and I mean, if you find a big Tom lion track tomorrow, there is a vast majority chance that there is not another Tom within the range you're going to travel today. There's exceptions,
A female in heat.
but but in general, that Tom, that's his, so it goes both ways. And I used to have trouble with that as well before I started lion hunting. And, when I started bobcat hunting, I mean, when I hunt with Ruben, I mean, dog started in 5 minutes, it wasn't jump, he'd honk them all. Let's go find one we can run. You can't do that with lions, You're never going to breed English hound that can run up and just start treeing laid up lions like laid up coons in a competition. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah. So I guess the seeming answer to my hypothesis is no. They can't be made better due to the environmental possibilities. But I would just pose the question. I didn't mean to piss everybody off. I mean, the idea that maybe they could be better.
You're good at that.
Yeah, I guarantee.
Let me tell you, hey, all of y'all can kiss my ass because we're at my house right now. I gotta live with this son of a bitch.
I didn't do it.
Y'all gonna get off the phone and I'm gonna have to listen to this shit for 3 days now. I'm leaving for Wisconsin in the morning, so I ain't gonna have to listen to nothing.
The best hunt I had, when you said you don't just bump into them, and we did have some snow, and we tracked one. The kid got out, went with his dogs, sent some of my dogs. So we had 3 lion tracks. We had a female in heat, had to be. The next day, we caught that lion for the client. His son came the next day, found the track, another Tom track, tracked that out while we were tracking another one. And this is all within like a 2 mile. That's where I'm going tomorrow. But this is all in a 2 mile area.
In 3C, right? Along the red?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right on my camera. I see them on my cameras every day.
Yep.
So you do get lucky like that. And we caught 2 lions 2 days. I mean, it was great. And we trailed 2 more. One went to the other 2 went to the one was a female. The one went to the res. Big Tom. That was my dirty dog. He was 2 years old. It was like blistering wind, horrible. And my cousin walked that track out till he got down where he trailed it out. Walked out, trailed it out. I mean, there's good days, and I don't think you can get any better of a dog these days besides running it 7 days a week. And I think Derek don't see the secret club we got, because he calls it secret club because Jared has people he can call. He don't even release the one guy's name, right? Mm-hmm. Because
he's just it's just I don't drop names. It's just because some people don't like to be known.
Yeah. The only name I drop is the Salazars because both the brothers died. And I'm one of the only guys with that part of the line. There's one more guy in Globe has the old part of the line. It's not his line no more, but that's where I got it from. So it does matter when you say I got it from because I know people right now that want some of those dogs. He actually has some of my dogs. And I gave this guy 2 dogs. And he called me and said, "You want this dog back? He shit's in my box." I said, "I don't want that dog back. I got too many dogs." I don't know if Jesus has it or he gave it to someone else, but the dog was working. The dog he has, his sister, beautiful dog. I got a call from all the way North Arizona. It says, "Hey, your name is on this collar." I said, "No, that's what he named the dog because he got it from me, But I'm kind of like, dang. And I just had a kid says, "I got a dog from you 12 years ago." I don't even remember it. My best dog. But I agree with Cody. And that's part of the whole, you give them to somebody that's going to hunt them like you hunt them, because you'll get a dog, like you said, the guy only hunt him 6 times and he's a shitty dog.
Now, we'll say that everybody needs to remember that you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And none of you know that there's not a guy in British Columbia raising some half leopard cur, half whatever, that dogs that could smoke the shit out of your dog.
Oh, there's always better.
Yeah.
Always
I mean,
better.
you know, and,
Well, I know this. I treat a coon and never left the house.
yeah,
I just went
that's
out there
good
and
as
took
it
care of
gets.
him.
Hey, let me go get my pen so I can document this shit. We get a breeding program going.
Leave him alone. I think we have more record than what Derek thinks, and a lot of it.
Derek doesn't have the experience of the hours long phone conversations that me and 7 other hunters have all the time.
Yeah.
And Derek doesn't have the experience of the phone calls that I get. And you know, someone says, "Hey man, I got this tip and I need to get her bred, and I hunted with you, and man, I need to breed this tip to your stocky dog," you know, and because Derek don't have the relationships with, you know, a lifelong of being in an area and having good dogs. And over the years, all of those old timers, they for various reasons, you know, they get selective with who they talk to, and most of it is they just get selected with who they think is other real deal hunters. And I don't think Derek realizes how much those guys talk and how much goes into, you know, swapping dogs back and forth and try this and try that. And it's never documented. I mean, it may be documented in an old man's book somewhere or something,
Yeah.
but I think a lot more goes into it. But, you know, Derek just don't have that. And I don't think, I mean, Derek, and it's different for me. It's not different, but it's a different group of guys. It's a different group of dogs, and it's a different group of country. But, and I don't know enough of the guys in that name, but I mean, I promise you, over the years, Warner Glenn has had half a dozen different people that he's talked to about dogs for hours and hours, and bred this dog to that dog and give pups to him. And, you know, Derek just don't see that.
What does that make it? If I go take one of my gyps down and breed it to Warner Glenn's dog, that's a Warner Glenn dog in my book. That's Warner Glenn's dog.
Yeah.
Now, 20 years from now, it's not going to be, but that's the last thing. If my kids are like, so my dad had bred to Warner Glenn's dog, had this dog, bred to this dog, who's out of Salazar dog, but the Salazar dog was 7 generations down. But that's just what we remember. That's what. So when someone says that's a Del Lee dog, it's because his grandpappy or his great grandpappy bred a dog or got a dog.
There ain't no more Dale Lee dog.
No, it's all watered down.
Yeah, that's all.
But because
let me
grandpappy,
tell you something else too. Just because it was a Dale Lee dog don't mean shit.
You're
It
right.
could have been a dog Dale Lee got from the fucking pound.
You're absolutely right.
And that's my gripe a little bit with Western hound hunters, to be honest with you, to bring a little bit of my gripes into the situation is I hear that crap a lot. Oh, this is a Larry Hendricks, or this is a Biggerstaff, or this is a, you know, Dale Lee. This is a Slash Ranch. You don't know what that dog is. And just, you know, here, hold on. I'll show you.
Oh, you know what happened? My cousin called
I got
me.
a Cody King hound right here. Y'all want to breed to this lion treeing bitch?
I'll take it because I can say I got Cody King's line.
Yeah, it you
That
know,
would probably make a good Nutri dog.
Yeah, and you know, Dale Lee, I'm sure bred a lot of dogs, but how many dogs was Dale Lee just given?
Oh yeah.
From somebody. Them guys try anything.
And then what do they say? Right? Like I gave my dog to a guy. He called me and said, "This dog's great." Dude, that made me happy. You know what I mean? So now I'm like, yeah, I gave him a dog. You know, like the Terrell Shelley dogs we got. It's his wife's grandfather, and it was the last dog. That's what I know. I know it's out of the last dog.
That's all you know, and that's
All
that's how we communicate it to each other.
Where's that dog from? Terrell Shelley. His last dog he bred to was this dog's grandfather.
Is Derek right in the fact that would it probably be beneficial if every hunter had records of his dogs going back 7 generations? Every single hunter had that, and we could get together and look. And I can't tell you how many times I've been hunting with somebody and be like, God dang, that's a good dog. Where'd that dog come from? Oh, I got it from so and so and so and so. And then, well, where'd that guy? Well, hell, I gave that dog to that guy 10 years ago, and it was my blind, and I didn't even know it. Yeah. So there's probably a little bit of truth to that.
Well, there's a lot of truth to Derek when he says what makes him better. But you got to ask the question, what makes him not better too?
Yeah.
When you got a dog that's pounding out a track, maybe 1 out of 10 guys have that dog. I know a guy, and I've been to his house. I've seen his photo albums. He had DVDs back. That's how long ago. He had a dog that would smell each side of the leaf. Like it was just one of his best, greatest dogs.
But my whole point is like a publicly accessible, documented breeding program would benefit the breed as a whole. That's my whole point. I'm not saying anybody has better dogs than anybody else. I'm saying if you had a PKC style DNA point, I know it's not going to happen. I was just hypothesizing that it would be a beneficial idea. We could perhaps get orders of magnitude of improvement.
But
we don't know.
The guy you're getting a dog from. Ask the guy. People like Benny, who has his papers right there by him. He looks at it every day. There's people that have that documentation, but you have to take the word for it because it's not AKC or it's not PKC. I don't know what all you guys' stuff is. You know what I mean? It's this guy writing it down. And if you look at some of these guys, they got notes written with the fountain pen. You know what I mean? And you have to take his word for it. I got a book. I created a little book, spiraled, ordered it like I made it. And every time I have puppies, I write who I give it to. I write who I bred. I write when they're in heat.
That's the issue, though, is for the average guy, in the average situation, the average dog, like a regular, especially a new hunter, say a kid who didn't come from a hunting family, or a guy like me. I've spent 2 years out there, and everybody had Jeff Allen dogs and Slash Ranch dogs, and nobody would show anything in the woods. And okay, well, coming from where I come from, houndsmen are we're all a bunch of fucking liars, so I don't believe any of you bastards.
Oh no, we're liars here too.
You know what I mean? Like, but if I like when you offered me the dog, that Mrozny dog, and you told me what she was, I knew I could believe you telling me what she was. If Cody's like, oh, I'll say this is what this dog is, I believe you. But I know who to believe. If some dude on Facebook's like, oh, this is a jam up son of a bitch. I mean, you can't hunt with me, but I'm going to tell you it's a jam up son of a bitch. I don't believe that guy.
It's still 50-50 chance, though. You take a dog from him, might be the best dog you ever have.
I tell you something else, too, how things evolve over time. Slade got a dog from a deer hunter in East Texas. And, I mean, a crossed up quarter blue tick, quarter running walker, quarter German, short hair point, just a waste of your time dog. And he got that dog. I said, Slade, what are you doing? That dog ain't worth shit. I'd give him $10,000 for that dog tomorrow, And so there's a little bit of truth to, and it wants to be what you want to judge it by. What are you going to judge the dog by? Are you going to judge it by how many cats it trees? Or are you going to judge it by an average race? Or are you going to judge it by how well it does on the 5th day of hunting in a row, catching 2 cats a day when he wore, but sometimes I think we can get a little too hung up on that stuff and then not give a dog a chance because we don't like where it came from or who it came from.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to name any names, but a prime example, a guy called me one time, said, man, you want a pup? I knew the guy pretty well. Very nice guy, a joke of a hunter. He hadn't hunted. He didn't take his dogs off the chain 2 days a year. I mean, he was not a hunter. He had no business having dogs. I didn't take the pup. I found out where that pup came from. Shit, I messed up. I made a bad mistake. But I associated the dog with the hunter, but the dog didn't come from the hunter. The dog came from arguably the best cat hunter at the time. And so it's hard. It's hard.
I'm going to be honest. I don't care what happened 100 years ago. I care what's happened since the 90s, since I've gotten dogs and got out. And then 2005, I got another set of dogs. And I just got these dogs. It was just lucky who I got them from. And I'm going to be honest, Andy Salazar was mad that I had a male and a female off of his lines that I could breed. He wasn't happy about it. And I called and offered him a pup, and he hung up on me. And then I thought he ignored me for years, and he died of cancer. I didn't even know. Talked to his nephew. I'm like, hey, is he still mad at me for that? Oh, no, he died. You know? So that's all I have. But I don't care about 100 years ago. I'll be honest. I don't care about back east. I care about what I took in 2005 when I got back into it and what I have now. And there's times I crossed and went this way. I'm like, shit, I shouldn't have done that. I had a line of cancer and I didn't know it till about the third or fourth generation that they just kept, it got worse. So I erased that part. You know what I mean? And the guy I got that dog from, I just had to put her down. She had big old cancer I couldn't get rid of on her face. And he said it was a Smith dog. Nah, I don't know where he got it. I don't know what Smith dogs look like. And I told somebody, he said it was Smith. And that guy said, that's absolutely not. Didn't matter. Great bear dog. Great. Produced a lot of good dogs. Problem was, 2-3 years old, they started getting bumps. It was just horrible line. But that's what I had. That was my trial and tribute. Like, you know, that's my failure I had to deal with, and I had to remove that line. So I only care about, now, are my dogs getting better? They did. And then I lost a couple, and then I had to go downhill a little and then bring in another line. That's why when my buddy that got me in the hounds in the 90s called and said, I gave him a couple dogs. I know who they're out of. They're out of my original lines. I snagged them up. They're older. They've been on a little bit of stuff, but I know those lines. And I'll breed those dogs. So I know he didn't hunt them a lot. He's kind of beat up, a little older, but I'll breed those dogs and I'll raise those litters and I'll start putting my line, trying to go uphill. I think we all try to go uphill. Even, you know, Jared, every time he gets a dog, he tries to go uphill. So are they getting better for me? My graph looks like this. Oh shit. And then, you know, you got to bring it back up. I don't think it matters who had the dog, or to me, it don't. I don't care about papers. I don't care about who it came from. Is it cool to know? It's absolutely cool because you can reference that to somebody.
Well, and there's too many what's good where.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. We're about to go another hour. My graph looks like this. Oh shit. You know, you got to bring it back up. Because Casey, Casey has, you got to turn that off, Casey. I mean it though. I don't care about papers. I don't care about who came from. Is it cool to know? Absolutely cool. Because you can reference. Hang on. You got to wait for Casey to turn the other one off so we don't have to.
You take your dogs to where Brett Vaughn hunts and catch a lot of lions, and that would be very, very impressive.
I don't catch a lot of lions because I hunt in an area that's exactly like Brett Vaughn's. Nasty.
One thing though, Casey's now an expert on South Texas hog dogs, buddy. Let me
He was
tell
on last week telling us about it.
you. I pissed him off.
His internet.
He-
Maybe he got sick. He got sick of us already and said, "Nah."
He saw that I was here and said, I don't want to catch no more javelinas.
So I think it's personal preference too. I mean, has your dogs gotten better, Jared? Has your preference, your selection,
Yeah.
or are you plateaued where you want to be?
No, I'm never where I absolutely want to be. I always want to do better, but I went downhill for a minute. So I had my line of Walker dogs I really, really enjoyed. Still the grandpa, some of what of my Walker dogs I have around now, he's still the best dog I ever had. But his first litter of pups he threw, rock stars. My female would have been just as good as him if she would have kept both her eyes, but she lost an eye. And so that really slowed her down on the jump. But I bred him some more, and I bred one of his grandchildren once, and I wasn't getting him back out of that line. He wasn't producing himself again. I'd get good dogs, I'd keep them, but they weren't like, oh my goodness, I have him.
I've
He
never
wasn't
seen a
producing
super
himself.
dog. I've
Yeah.
never seen a super dog reproduce himself.
Yep. And so I got away from that, and I don't breed any of my walkers anymore. And I really like my black and tans, obviously. I mean, I love them dogs to death. And then I do have a dog out of West Texas that I'm really, really enjoying right now.
Where'd that come from?
He came from Breck.
And that wasn't no easy challenge for you to get that dog.
No, I mean, I called Breck every spring and fall to see if he was having a litter on the ground. And then one day out of the blue, he called me and said, "Hey, do you want this dog?" And I jumped on it.
And you know, what does it came from Breck mean too? So that goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the names, and that's my frustration with the names.
Yep.
Everybody wants to go back, and it's kind of funny because the West Texas hunters do it by the hunter's name. That was a Hendricks dog, or that was a this dog, and down here, the South Texas Bobcat hunters. You never really hear them talking about that. We use the dog's name. That was a nitro bred dog, or that was a sweetie bred dog, or that was a shadow bred dog.
It's the same in the West. I mean, you talk to guys in Utah or what have you. You go back to Jeff Allen, Lemon Bread, the Meekums, or Terrell Shelley. It's a Shelley bred dog. Everyone uses a hunter's name.
Yeah,
and
down here they don't use the hunter's name.
Now,
So you guys said that just now you're talking about how you don't see super dogs produce super dogs. That's what Cody said. He's never seen it. You're having that issue with your Walker male. And that's the kind of stuff that I mean by the average dog improving over orders of magnitude. If you could document all that stuff, track it over time, you could get to the point where you do have that, because they do have that need.
But will documenting it help?
Kind of. I mean, now some of these dogs I got are give them a little bit, because they're not as old as what he was when he really topped out of my Walker dog. But some of these dogs, they're right next to him right now. And they might, and I don't breed a whole lot. I bred my Walker dogs and I wasn't getting what I wanted. And I quit breeding 100%. I didn't like dealing with puppies. I didn't like my female being sitting still for, that month and a half. So I quit breeding altogether, and I just went straight to my buddies and was like, call me when you have a litter. Yeah. And that's how that
I love the opinion. that a lot of the old timers down here say is that you can't, the super dogs, they're just freaks, you know, random freaks.
It very
And,
well could be. I mean,
it-
Michael
it-
Jordan's
it-
kids
and-
never made nothing. So
Now you have to remember, like when I'm talking about super dogs, I mean, I'm talking about I've seen 3 in my life, you know, and I only owned one of them. And so what different people may call different dogs super dogs, but they I've never seen a super dog reproduce itself.
I don't know. I'll get Jeremy's opinion on this. I mean, do you think this qualifies? Jeremy, you got big, little, bank, shark, bank's puppy that was just, I can't remember his name, that was just in the talk. Like, are them dogs not on that next level, you know?
There's a
All of
big
them?
difference between
Or
a super coon dog and a super cat dog.
Well, I agree with that.
Not even close.
I gotta throw in there. I gotta throw in there because I've been
Yeah,
sitting here pulling my hair. What makes that dog a super dog? What makes that dog the super dog?
We
Is
just went
it
through all this.
breeding? Is it breeding? Is it the
Yeah.
guys that are hunting that dog? Cody
It's
King, the
breeding.
man sitting right next to you. Don't argue. Don't step over me. Let me talk. And then you can answer. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm not here to have a pissing contest, but I'm not here to be talked over. So the guy sitting next to you has great dogs. Why does he have great dogs? He catches 100 bobcats a year. What makes a dog good? You can go get a dog from the pound. And if that dog has the ability and the desire to do the job that you want him to do, what will make that dog stand out? The
I'm
guy
not
hunting him.
Yeah, I'm not
The
arguing
guy
that hunting more
hunting the
makes
dog.
a better dog.
Hang on. The guy hunting the dog. That dog has to be in the woods, has to see game, has to go hunting. Okay, so at the end of the day, a dog is a dog. Yes, we breed in let's just say in the West, Cody, everybody on this page, we breed the best dogs that we see that are going to produce what our goal is. It's no different in the coon dog deal. You know, if that dog's got to be super fast from standing at a guy's deal, at his lap, and there's 15 dogs barking. I watched one of them coon deals, and that son of a bitch is barking, going to him. He's just running through the woods, and they score him on that. To each his own. Whatever that is, you as lion hunters, if you say that we're not trying to, or Western guys that we're not trying to better our dogs, dude, that is the most bullshit I've ever heard in my life. We all sit there and talk. I talk to 8-9 lion hunters a week, and we talk about dogs and we talk about breeding stuff. And usually we get up and we drink a cup of coffee at 4 o'clock in the morning, and then 90% of us go to the woods and we're hunting, and we come back, and at the end of the week or the next day or something, we discuss stuff about stuff. And then when we get together and we go hunt, we see each other's dogs, and then we want to breed that. It's not rocket science. There's no science to this whole breeding program. But where we're getting off track is everybody wants to talk about this dog and this dog and this dog. Well, what made that dog that dog? It has to. I can take my best dogs that are mediocre dogs and hand them to a guy that doesn't have the experience or the knowledge to handle that type of dog, and go to the woods, and them son of a bitches will be pound puppies tomorrow. Plumb freaking ruined. I've watched it my whole life. I've watched guys spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and buy packs of dogs, and them son of a bucks weren't worth feeding. Coyote cold trailing pukes within a week.
And that goes both
Now,
ways.
one guy, the right guy, could have bought that dog and took that dog hunting and made them dogs rock stars. Could have bettered them dogs. That a dog will never be better than the guy that has that dog in his hands. And really, in honesty, how good does that guy want to be? Does that guy want to go hunt? I mean, Derek, if you wanted to be a Western lion hunter and wanted to do it and wanted to prove to the world that your likeness would do it, you would not be sitting next to Cody King. You'd be sitting next to a campfire, rubbing your hands, drinking a cup of coffee, and just craving tomorrow to get in the woods and make them like a dogs, the best lion dogs in the world. Bottom line. Bottom line.
Well, I'll say kind of what Cody said. I guess I don't like it that much because I got to work, but no, I didn't discount anything you said. I didn't discount any of that. My hypothesis was that larger open documentation would assist the guy in making the better dog. And regardless, like nobody's discounting that hunting a dog more makes a dog better. That's a fact. I said that numerous times.
It's the bottom line.
But you
and all that other stuff is bullshit. It's
you
total
can
bullshit.
hunt. It's not total bullshit, or else you can hunt chihuahuas 7 days a week and tree lions, and you can't.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to.
The breeding
Has
has
anybody done
to be there. If the breeding don't matter,
They may be the
breeding-
best lion dogs in the world, and ain't nobody giving them a chance. God dang.
That's right. That's
But
right.
Casey, I'll tell you this with your point that you said a while ago about you got to hunt them. That's true. At the same time, I got a pen full of dogs. I hunt them all the same. Why aren't they all super dogs?
They're not gonna
and
be.
They're not gonna be. That's exactly right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can take the best dogs in the world, them dogs you were talking about with Jeremy. You can take them the best dogs in the world, and it is a proven fact, and breed them to the best crosses that you want. And I guarantee you, and put them in the right hands. And dude, you're gonna do that 1,000 times before you have one dog that stands out.
That super
Truly
dog,
stands
they're,
out.
they're not, and I my saying about them is this: is that Doc dog that Ruben used to have, it had to be a old cat hunter that died and reincarnated into a hound.
Yep.
That's the only explanation. I mean, you can't make them, you can't train them. All you can do is put them in the woods, give them the opportunity. But those super dogs, and I've seen bred. I mean, they bred that dog to anything with 4 legs,
Yep.
and it never.
And you asked
got
the
'em
question.
Good dogs, like Jared said earlier, got through good dogs, but they just didn't throw top dogs.
I got 2 points. The super dog. What makes a super dog? Constant. Every time you take them out, no matter what. But even your good dogs, when you take good dogs out, just a really, really good dog, that dog has a good day for 3 days, and then for 2 days, what is he doing? Right?
100%.
A
Yeah.
super dog
Don't
is
show me a good broke dog, and I'll show you some
dog.
bitch that'll cold trail coyote. It happens. It happens. They're dogs. They are not machines. They are not machines. That is our job when we put our freaking boots on in the morning and go to the woods, is try to correct them dogs and show them what we want them to do and show them game. That's the
And-
it's consistency. It's consistency. That's
My-
all it is.
my number 2.
We breed like Cody and Slade. I went and hunted and watched them guys' dogs. Dude, it was poetry. It was really poetry. I had a guy that had never been around dogs in our life with us. We went hog hunting, and he's like, what's this stuff going to be like? I said, dude, you're going to see a difference because and the only reason you're going to see this is because you don't have blinders on. Difference between what we went through today, this morning, and what's going to happen this evening. And I can promise you're going to see the difference. And just dogs, period. And we're hunting 2 different species of animals, but just the way that we went about things and the difference in the type of dogs, the difference in the handlers, the difference in what them dogs are, their abilities, and why that dog's ability is so much better, because they have a 10 times better handler.
Here's my second.
And I think your point, Derek, is and this is the hard part when you come when you come and dude, there's a billion people that will help you. Dude, you can come to my country tomorrow. We will go trail a lion tomorrow. You know, it may take us 3 days. When them guys talk about being on a tomcat for 7 days trying to catch him, dude, I just got done with it. I've hunted 7 straight days, and we've seen some game. It took us 4 days to catch a tomcat, and there was 3 of us going, and we were trying to shorten him up and putting them pieces of the puzzle together. You know, if that's not your thing, that's cool. But don't get on the computer and say that the Western guys ain't got it figured out that these coon hunter guys do, or dude, you're gonna ruffle some feathers. You know, I mean,
but that's not.
you're gonna ruffle, and you're free to do whatever the hell you want, but don't sit there and think that you're not gonna take flack for it.
Chris, what's the name of the guy? What's the name of the guy from out east that said that on a podcast and caused all the ruffles? And remember Brett got all pissed off. Who was that?
What was that guy? What is that guy's name, Jeremy? Gosh dang it!
Y'all know who I'm talking about, right?
I don't.
Yeah, I can't remember either, Chris.
But everybody hated him for it. Everybody.
Oh yeah, because
my second point is lasagna and spaghetti, right? Derek likes lasagna. Casey likes spaghetti. What's the difference? Tomato sauce. It's noodles. Has meat in it. It's just a different recipe. So Derek likes this, right? He likes to look at it and say, "Oh, Casey likes this." Your dog did what? It's honestly that's
not my point. That's my point. My whole hypothesis was that documentation, open public documentation, would assist people in breeding. Either breeding matters or breeding doesn't. We can't play both sides of the road. So if breeding didn't matter, nobody would care what their dog bred to, but it does matter. Like, that's just a fact. That's why certain breeds of dogs are better at certain jobs. My hypothesis was that open documentation and a common goal could possibly give us orders of magnitude of improvement over a long period of time. That's all I said. I don't know why any of the rest of this stuff came from anywhere. I said repeatedly, I'm not comparing these dogs to these dogs because they're 2 different dogs for 2 different jobs. Not related, it's like apples to cinder blocks. You can't compare the 2. What I'm saying is, with this long period of breeding documentation and a common goal, they have been able to improve the likelihood to get something that works well for their job. And here, it seems to be more difficult for the average person to get the average dog at a certain level, at that upper middle of the road. That's all I'm hypothesizing, is that if we had the same sort of measuring stick ability, that we could probably make the average dog better. That's all I said. I didn't say any of the rest of the stuff that you guys keep defending. I'm not saying none of that. I just hypothesized that perhaps if we would have had these tools, we could have made a better dog in general.
We have these tools.
No, it's not open. It's not public. It's not available for the average person. No, it isn't, because I've never seen it once.
Okay, I got to ask this question. Why does it have to be open to the public?
Because that's the only way for the average person.
Let me back up. I got a 25-year-old man sitting in my living room right now that I promise you is one of the best lion hunters that has ever shit between a pair of shoes. And if I tried to grab him by his ears and get him to come sit in front of this camera, he wouldn't do it. If you want to know what he's doing, you call him and he'll tell you what he's doing. He'll tell you what he's getting his success. He'll tell you what he thinks. He will sit there and listen to what you've got to say. It's just a different realm. He don't care about selling a dog. It's not about being. There's so much I, and it's not. It's about the dogs. I mean, guys, we got to get that right. It's about the dogs. You know, I mean, you hunt like a dog, dude. That tickles your fancy. That's what you like, and dude, that's cool. You know, so be it. Why does it have to be this documentation of all this stuff? I mean, this young man hunts 250 days. This young man hunts 250 days a year, and I'm about 3 people that know that he hunts 250 days a year. And he's not going to tell anybody that he hunts that. You know, if you sit down and you have that conversation with him and you're like, dude, how many days a year do you hunt? He's going to say, nah, you know, 200, 250, you know, and, you know, like, how many lions did you catch? And he's going to give you a number, and it's going to be straight up the real deal. I don't know. I don't know where that all comes about or where that all goes, you know, like, if nobody knew Cody King wouldn't get on and say, I catch 100 bobcats a year. People ask him, you know, hey, what do you do? You're a bobcat hunter in South Texas. What do you do? Well, I go hunt bobcats, you know. Well, do you catch bobcats? You know, is it tough? Yeah, I catch 100 a year. I catch 5 lions a year. You know, I get to go do this. Like, you know, I'm blessed to go do this. I'm blessed to go do that. That opportunity right there, you know, through this cast, he's able to put that out there. And you know what? That's cool, but there's no I in this, and he's not trying to sell a dog off of this or anything. And that's where I guess a lot of guys, you know, they want to post what they're catching and it's numbers. It's all about numbers. It's all about numbers. No, dude, it's all about them dogs and what it took to catch them numbers. You
and
know,
the coon hunters is a different world too, because they go to a public event and they showcase their dog in public, and they're also showcasing a dog. And there's a very big difference between having your program to have one dog, and you can have a long conversation. I know a lot of coon hunters that will look you in the eye and tell you that all of that breeding and all of that documentation absolutely ruined that breed of dog. And
100%.
I know a lot of registered walker hound people that will look you in the eye and tell you all of that breeding and all of that documentation for competition ruined that breed of dog. And that's where you get in the hunting world. You're not dealing with one dog, you're dealing with a pack of dogs. And then there's so many variables that it's hard to quantify, to put it on paper, you know.
All I'm saying is that if the breeding was documented, I'm not saying document how many lions this guy catches, that guy catches. If a breeding's documented and say, like Jared Fay has one of your dogs, right, Casey? I believe so. Or you know, he got one of y'all guys.
I got one.
I got one.
But say Jeremy's got one. So let's say down the road, Jeremy breeds that dog, right? And that dog gets sold to somebody, and that guy like, oh, okay, who's this? Is out of Casey Fair stuff? I can look up and see, oh, this guy has a dog out of Casey Fair stuff from off of Chris's one. And they're both awesome. Well, this guy obviously probably has a good line of dogs. Maybe I should look into that. But you don't have that provable trail, is what I'm saying, to somebody who doesn't know you guys. Like somebody's never been to Casey's house or don't know who Casey Fair is. But when you have that paper trail, that helps the average person get a better average dog. That was my only hypothesis.
I don't think there's such thing as an average person that wants to lion hunt, though.
Because you're trying to find something else to argue about rather than my whole hypothesis. The whole thing, y'all been raging about stuff that I did not say.
I'm not trying to argue with you, dude. I'm telling you, it's the same thing. His documentation is a phone call. What?
But the average guy can't call Casey. I can't call Casey.
I guess a good point. I think we all need to tell Derek that there is some truth in what he's saying. That it would be beneficial if every dog had a piece of paper on his back and you knew where it came from. Yes. I mean, in theory, that would be beneficial.
That was the whole hypothesis. I don't know what all
a prime example of that would be is if Jeremy bred his dog that he got from Casey and sold one of the pups to someone else that doesn't know Casey. You know, and I think that's what he's trying to say is then that person who doesn't know Casey, and there's where you get into a lot of it, is these competition coon hunters that have mastered this stuff. They want all that stuff out there. And there's a lot of hunters like Casey. He don't know you. He don't want you having one of his damn dogs. How many hunters you know sell a dog won't sell one without cutting it or spaying it first? You know, some. They don't, you know, they don't want, it's different goals. It's different. It is. Here's
a question though. I got one question for everybody. What makes a better information? Reading the paper or talking to the guy with the dog?
They're not equal because not everybody can talk to the guy in the paper. I think the pedigree. I think the pedigrees are more valuable than an anecdotal story about this particular one dog because I'm interested in what that dog did and his daddy did and his mommy did and his litter mates did.
But there's no way for you to know that. If you don't know the individual with the dog, you don't know anything about the dog.
But if you don't
unlike competition hunters, when you can look back and go, oh, that dog won gold champion here, that dog won blue champion here. I mean, Jeremy has a dog that came from Casey. But you don't know Casey. You don't know nothing about one of them dogs.
But if I have
the information, won't gain you anything. I'm afraid.
I wished I would have had that ability when I was trying to get started. Though, is what I'm saying. Like that would have been handy because then I could have looked up Casey or Chris or somebody. I'm like, oh, this is where this dog came from. I tried to talk to that guy. You know,
God damn it, Casey. If you had papers on your dog, he wouldn't have Lycas right now. It's all your fault, Casey.
But here's okay, let's go back to Jared. Jared, how many times?
They ain't worth the shit. They're inbred. They're mixed up. Freaking pukes. I'll write you a paper, whatever you want. Let me get with Diana and I'll have a stamp on that son of a bitch that says Buzzaroost Ranch next week. Mud Dog Association.
I got a question for you. That young man you said was sitting over there, do I know him?
Yes, sir, you do.
Yeah, he is a real deal lion hunter. I'll vouch for that.
How many times?
I didn't even have to see. It took me 20 minutes to see that.
How many times did you call Bean? How many times? It wasn't the first one, second one. How long did it take? How many times? That's called definitely impressive. Like
why don't all of y'all just suck up, look Derek in the eye and say none of us lion hunters like you, and that's why nobody give you shit.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's his hat.
It'd be a lot more boring around here without me, you guys. We gotta have a
But
you know, it took Derek a long time to get hold of Bean.
yeah,
To get him to finally call him back. And maybe it was because of this podcast. Maybe it's because he knew Benny or Brett or Casey or someone said, I know that guy. And I think it's just, I'm not saying Derek's wrong. I get what he's saying. I do. But I also don't see the difference. I would rather talk to somebody about their dogs than look at it on a piece of paper. If I want a dog bad enough, I will get hold of that guy.
That's my whole point. With the paperwork, you know who to try to talk to. Without the paperwork, everybody got to try to resurrect Dove Evans or Dale Lee.
I could call Casey. If I wanted a running dog, I'd call.
We don't
Cody.
have lion competitions. What are you gonna?
You need competitions to call Jared and be like, "Hey, man, I got a dog out of your rooster dog. Like, what's he like?" You know.
Well, all right, then I can bullshit you though. But I can bullshit you and be like, "Yeah, he caught 75 lions last year."
That's the point that I made earlier. Is these dogs aren't publicly showcased, so I don't think the information would be as valuable as it is to a group of dogs that you can go watch hunt any competition. I mean, you can go be an observer and watch them. I can't go hunting with you tomorrow, you know. So thinking about it really that way, that's probably one of the biggest reasons why it hasn't happened is you can have the information, but the information's just not as valuable. And, you know, there's a lot of competition amongst hunters, and a lot of hunters don't want their neighbor to have good dogs. And
That was my point.
yeah,
That's why I think it doesn't exist, because nobody wants anybody to have as good of dogs as them.
And I'll argue this point because I have a buddy I get dogs from. He guides. We hunt the same country together. Well, I shouldn't say together, but we hunt the same country.
But you don't want a random guy who's not your buddy to have as good a dog as you guys have in your
But
country.
he's still,
We're
but
just
my buddy's
really
still going to
picky.
take
We're
that
really
Tom out
picky.
of the country that I've been chasing, and
Yeah,
now
but
he's chasing it too.
it's one of those things, like if your buddy killed it, that's way better than if I come kill it. Then
Is
it's a
it
different
wrong?
thing. Go up the
No.
Is
street.
that
come kill it.
wrong, Derek?
No,
Is that wrong for us to be picky on who our dogs go to?
I think it's detrimental to the overall breeding of the dogs. That's my
That-
whole
that-
hypothesis, is
right
that if
there.
it wasn't so closed up, then that we could possibly make better dogs. That was my only hypothesis.
if you have an $80,000 rope horse, are you going to sell it to a lady that's going to use it for a lawn ornament?
Has nothing to do with my hypothesis at all.
It's
Completely unrelated. But
I
no,
think-
rope horses are as documented as Eastern coon dogs. I mean,
absolutely. That's
Yeah.
why I said it. You know, if I have an $80,000 rope horse, I'm not going to go sell it to some Mustang lover where that horse is just going to sit in a pasture. I'm going to sell that $80,000 horse to someone that can get on and throw a loop.
Go to NFR on your.
which has nothing to do with my whole entire statement. Like, even if it was just among known
I'm
killed
following
hunters.
what you're putting. I'm following what you're putting down.
Yeah.
And okay, yeah, you know, if I got competition, you know, and I'm just saying this because dude, everybody's invited to my house to come hunting. Come go hunting with me. I want to see your dogs. I want to go see your dogs. I talk to guys all the time. Heck yeah, dude, I love to see other dogs. They 90% of the guys I visit with, they're the exact same way. But it would be like, okay, this is my wife right here, Diana. You know, she's a blonde. She's capable of doing stuff. She drives crazy.
Oh,
she chases on armadillos is the only problem with her.
Yeah. So, dude, why would I want you to have my wife?
You see it?
I mean,
trashy, Cody.
that's human nature, dude. You can't take that away. I mean, if my wife is good enough, dude, I don't need to breed my wife and try to make her something. You know what? If my wife's doing the dishes and I got coffee made and I'm happy with that, and that's working for us, and we don't kill each other at the end of the day, why would I want to just make everything better? I don't get your hypothesis, this word you keep using about everybody should just hand you everything. Let me go do all the work and
That's not
grind
what I
this
said.
out and
That's
find
not what I
what
said.
dogs are going to work, and then
That's
go,
not what
here
I-
you go. You know, here it is to the world.
that is not what I said.
I'm confused.
That's not what you said, but that's what's being interpreted.
But that's your fault, because I've been very clear.
Turn yours off.
You can't say it's Chris's fault because all three of us are confused now.
No, I don't know how you can.
His phone's dying.
Oh, I turned off.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. It's quiet again.
His phone's dying, and I wouldn't want y'all to have to miss out on any of this now. So.
I very clearly, all I said was that I hypothesize, whether it's for everybody or whether it's just between the elite hunters of the West, whoever you want to say, whoever's doing the breeding, I hypothesized that documented pedigrees, provable documented pedigrees that are open to everybody would, over a long period of time, create a better dog on average. That's all I hypothesized. From that, y'all have pulled out all kinds of unrelated, made up shit from the ether to get upset about. I said I was talking specifically over a 100-year period. That's
Yeah.
all I said. The rest of that shit is irrelevant. Everybody's
is
personal
relevant.
opinions
It's
are
all
not
relevant.
relevant to a 100-year span of dog breeding. That was my
In a-
hypothesis.
In a debate, that's relevant.
How is your opinion relevant to something that happened before you were
That's
born?
your opinion too, Derek.
What's my opinion? I didn't give an
Well,
opinion.
dogs
That is
100
not
years
relevant.
ago are not bad, are just the same as today.
I asked you if we could quantify a difference. I asked you guys that because
But-
I don't know. I can't think of a
Or-
tell you
quantifiable
what.
evidence of a difference.
Hey, Casey, are dogs better now than they were 30 years ago?
I don't believe so. You know what? Yes, I think us as hunters have evolved. We wanted a faster type dog. You still have to have a cold dog. This is just my theory on it. You still have to have a good cold nosed dog, but we want a dog. Us as hunters have evolved. We hunt a lot different. You know, them old timers got on a horse and they rode a piece of country, and then they'd move on to another piece of country or another piece of country. Today, I think the dogs are better 100% because they get to see more game. And it is the way that we have evolved in hunting and trying to put them dogs on more game. We know what them dogs are doing. You know, I can put in a circumstance today. We caught a lion today. And the young man that was with me, he knew that lion had jumped before we ever got there.
I don't know.
On his Garmin, them dogs had moved as we were walking to the dogs. He knew that lion had jumped and moved 40 yards or 50 yards before we ever got there. Does that help evolve the dog? Yeah, we know what them dogs are doing. We're back in the old days. We just rode and spurred and whipped and rode our asses off to try to get to them dogs that trailed the lion 2 miles across the canyon, and we're behind them dogs. Now we can look at that Garmin and we can tell what them dogs are doing. They're all packed up. You know, we got dogs that are back here still cold trailing, and then, okay, there you got a jumped race. Now they're all together. And yes, the dogs have evolved. The dogs have got better because we've been able to read the situation and make them and help them dogs out to be better. We go find a track, we get in them buggies, you know, we drive roads. The dogs have got better because
Of convenience.
when the
So,
not
so,
the
our,
convenience,
so our training has improved, but the dog's breeding hasn't.
100%. Not it's
Well-
not the training. It's putting them on game. You know,
Yeah.
Dale Lee and them guys rolled into a piece of country. You know, you want to spit out names of them guys. They rode their country. They just hunted this mountain range. You know, now a guy can't. There's no lions in this mountain range. There's one lion there. Brett Bond's got one lion comes through his little piece of country there. I may have 15 lions right here. I'm going to drive down the road and I'm going to find a track. I may drive over that track and find another track until I find the track that I want to trail. If I got a client, it's going to be a big tom. And then you're going to find a track that you think is fresher, and you can put the dogs down it, and you're going to try to catch the fastest track, period. I mean, at the end of the day, we want to catch that lion. Just like Jared said, when I find a big old tom, dude, I glaze over. Like I'm going to do whatever it takes to put the pieces of puzzles together to shorten that track up. Where, you know, a lot of them old guys, they had a lot of pride to them, and they just, you know, these guys aren't hunters. No, they're hunters. They're hunters, and they've evolved to the game. We're all, gosh dang it, what's the words I'm looking for? We're all students of the game. Nobody's a professor. You know, I mean, as soon as you're a professor, you're going to go to college and you're going to learn retarded shit. I mean, they're going to take you plumb off track. You have to be a student of the game, and the dogs have got better because we became students of the game. We try to put our dogs in better positions. You know, you go to Cody's, you drive 60 miles a night with dogs on the ground. You know, them old timers probably drove 20 miles a night. You know, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game. Had the dog, yes, has the breeding in the dogs got better? Yes, it has. It really has. I mean, guy had one line of dogs and they were just really cold-nosed dogs, and this guy had a dog over here that had some smarts to it, you know, and just didn't want to stand there and grind on the track, and you put that smarts in it. Yes, we're always, that's the whole goal. We're always trying to better a pack of dogs.
Here's the story.
It don't matter if you're a coon hunter, if you're a hog hunter, or you're a dry ground lion hunter, a snow lion hunter, or a bear hunter. You're trying to up your game, period.
Here's a story.
And at the end of the day, how do you do it? You do it with your dog. So you want to go to the woods with the best dog you can possibly get. So when you hear about a good dog, back to what Cody said, it's not a name, but you hear about Larry Hendricks, Popeye dog, or Bolt, or this or that. Dude, that's your starting point. You know, if you want to look up dumb in the dictionary, you start at D, you don't start at Z. So you start at D, and then you go from right there and go on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I went hunting in Canada the other day, and the gentleman, I was on that lynx hunt, you know, and I spent a lot of time talking to the outfitter there. His name's Dean McMahon, and he had half leopard dogs, half hounds, half leopard, kind of smaller built, kind of very nice dogs, in my opinion. And that man starts a track and uses his Garmin to take measurements of how fast his dogs are trailing. And then when they jump, and he was showing me all this stuff on my GPS because we were hunting my dogs. And he's asking me questions like, you know, how many miles an hour are your dogs trailing? And to me, that just seemed like the most foolish question in the world, because today they trail 10 miles an hour. Tomorrow they trail 1 mile an hour. There's too much variance there. And
too much in condition.
And I think in the snow hunting, them dogs are using sight a lot as well, and maybe a little more consistency, but it does vary still. But it got me thinking, and man, this guy's keeping records of this stuff on his dogs. And it kind of gets you thinking a little bit. Because then I ask you how fast are your dogs trailing the trail? You're going to look at me like I'm stupid, you know, just like I looked at him when he asked me. It's meaningless information. But the more I thought about it, I thought, man, that's pretty interesting. And then he's talking about cats, and then he's talking about how fast his dogs are running bears, and is a whole bunch of quantifiable, documentable information, data that none of us even thought about looking on our Garmin. You know,
we're just trying to get to that tree.
Yeah, we just want to catch a cat. You know,
and see, that's the difference. I'm a fucking nerd, you guys. Like, y'all know this. So like I do that. I know how fast my dogs trailed every lion and every bear we've caught. I know how fast they pushed it before it was jumped. I know how fast they ran. I know how fast my gray dog ran to cut it off. Like I watch that stuff because I'm a fucking nerd. But when, you know, if they pop a coyote up, because my gray dog will chase a coyote if it jumps up in front of him, I know that he runs that sumbitch a lot quicker than he does other things. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. I use that. And that's probably why I like the pedigrees and the documented successes and failures. I'm a data guy. Like I like that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. Dude, that data doesn't catch lions.
That's very true. It don't. But that guy's dogs, and I didn't get to see his dogs work, you know. But it was listening to him. I mean, I did get to see one of his dogs work, but that guy's dogs, listening to it, it's pretty interesting. You know, it's pretty interesting.
Oh, absolutely.
The information that he has, and then you start wondering. The problem is it's not comparable to anybody else's, though, is the problem. Is because you're not going to measure how fast the dogs, maybe bears, but even then there's different bears in different country. But there's definitely a lot of things that, I guess what I'm trying to say is never once have I sat down and said, which male am I going to breed? Let me look back at my trailing data to see which one's trailing a cold track half a mile an hour faster than the other ones. And if you did do that, would you get something better? Maybe, probably. I don't know, because I don't care about none of that stuff. I care about the cat in the tree.
Yep.
But all of that data that's lost in between, could it be harnessed and used? Maybe. It definitely ain't gonna hurt nothing if you're a dorky geek and you get off by sitting there reading that stuff for hours. And that's the problem. And not to piss you off, but that's the problem, is you would rather go through and do all that stuff. I'd rather turn the dogs loose and catch another cat. And it's just different lifestyles. But there's people like that. There's people that are very picky. You can still breed good dogs in small circles. It doesn't take the general public to advance the breed.
Well, you go back.
in a small circle, you're not affecting the breed at large.
Well,
But it doesn't matter. I just find the data interesting in the acquisition process or in the female selection, especially in a world like out west where guys do not typically like to show their dogs in the woods to people they haven't known for a decade or whatever. Like, it's tough. You know what I mean? So you're kind of.
Remember when Scott from Game Hound Nation wanted to make a registry for cat and dog? Rick Cooley just got some cancer cut out of him, guys. So everybody give Rick a thumbs up, man. He's gonna be all right. It's looking good. So
good deal.
Yes, that Game Hound Nation guy, who the last time I saw him on Facebook, he had his purple mohawk with his shirt off, flexing in a mirror, posting pictures. So him and Derek would probably get along pretty good. But he was talking about doing that. That's exactly right.
All these comments came in. I don't know. It must have froze up. I'm trying to go through them all right now.
But if you go back to the early dry ground days, there was bloodhound in it. They bred Greta from the prison in Florence. She was a man tracker. No one talks about that bloodline anymore.
Yeah.
Well, hardly ever. No one says their dog goes back to Greta.
You hear people say, I'd like a little bloodhound in my line, but you breed a bloodhound, right? Then you have to go. It slows it down, correct? So
I've never hunted behind anything that's crossed up with one.
I
think there's a reason we got away with it.
Yeah, you talking about slow as the speed of smell.
Well, let's just say you bred your line right now, it would take a few generations to speed it back up.
Yes. There.
And I get Derek saying, well, shit, six generations ago, they bred it to a bloodhound. It is good stuff to know. I think it's just different from east to west on our records. We just don't keep public records besides who we talk to. And it is, you have to get into the cool kids club. And I don't know if it's just because everybody's afraid of the game wardens infiltrating or the antis infiltrating, or just some dude that's going to come in and kill 10 lions out of your area.
It's not even that. Some guys just don't get along with each other.
That's
I mean,
I'm not worried about Derek coming into my country because he can't shoot worth the shit. I've put him right in front of an elk, 30 yards. He missed the son of a bitch.
You can't either.
I think it's a legitimate argument. I just think some people like Porsches, some people like Volkswagens, even though they came off the same line.
And at the very least, it makes for a lively life, which is why I brought
4
it up.
hours worth.
That's why I popped it in the first place. I knew it was going to make for everybody talking. It worked good.
Now, I will say this, and it's real easy for somebody to say what everybody else ought to do. And it's real easy to criticize dogs. I tell you, a prime example. My whole life, I've been told hunting in that snow's easy. Oh, that guy caught a lion. Oh, but there's snow that don't count, And all of y'all have been guilty of saying that stuff too. I'll add Brett Vaughn and Chris and everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
I still catch them in the snow when I can.
exactly. And it at the same time, now I took dogs that had never been in the snow to the snow, but at the same time, it ain't just milk and cookies. Turn your Chihuahua loose and run a lion. It's there's too many different hound hunters and too many different areas and too many different conditions running too many different types of game that, I mean, it can't be quantified.
Take Alex. I don't know his last name. Derek might know his last. The Leica guy, Alex.
Yeah, kidder shit.
Catches the shit out of stuff. But he's out there a lot.
Now, at the same time, if them dogs are so great, Derek and them guys talk about them guys so great. And he was on the podcast. We were hunting one night. I remember that. And he talked about going to a competition and winning it. And my question would be, well, why don't you just go become a millionaire and win all them big time competition hunts?
Yeah, he'll never win those because they don't bark on track. Like you would get smoked.
Yeah.
Because he's not the right dog for the job.
But
sure we were talking about that earlier.
He's that what's the word? It's like Cody. You tell Cody he can't catch a bobcat in Oklahoma, where's Cody going? Not to prove him wrong, to see if he can do it.
That's the only reason.
And Cody's not a guy that says, oh, it rained. Oh, it's too cold. I had a flat tire. He's like, my dog just couldn't do it if that was the case.
Oh, it is so dry down here. It's the biggest drought of my life. I'm only hunting my dogs 1 or 2 days a week just to keep them in shape. I've been 34 hunts now and caught 2 bobcat kittens. That's it. 34 hunts.
Does that make you a worse hunter, or does that make you a better hunter? What is your drive? Nope, I'm going to catch a damn cat.
I'm going to keep going, I'm going to complain about it.
That's no different than Jared. I'm going to catch that lion. I don't care if he's 32 days behind him.
He's figured out.
The best thing I can do is put my dogs up till it rains.
Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I got court in the morning.
It's midnight over by you.
What'd you do?
He arrested somebody.
He was
I
hunting on
made somebody's day bad.
You got caught, huh?
Not me.
I knew they
believed
catch you.
He believed Billie Eilish when she said you can't trespass on private land.
Yeah.
On stolen land.
I've been wanting to call old Jeremy and see if he's got any country over there big enough to run a bobcat on and hope it's a little greener. Because I damn sure can't catch one here. Oh, I do got a quick story, real quick. Take 2 minutes. Sunday morning. Yeah, one thing that I hear a lot of people down here talk about all the time is people pressure lions out of the country, and nobody's hunting over there next door. There ain't no traffic. I bet them lions are in there. Y'all probably don't deal with all that, but Sunday morning, go hunting, hit a lion track, dusty, nasty, but tracking conditions just as good as snow. And there's an oil rig getting drilled, And down on the river, they got some pumps running, pumping water 24 hours a day. There's 2 pickups, a little gazebo tent, and 2 guys in lawn chairs sitting there 24 hours a day. And that lion walked right down that river, not 15 feet from them guys running them pumps, sitting there in lawn chairs, and didn't even bother. And it went through the fence and got onto some property that we didn't have permission to be on, so we had to stop. But I found it pretty interesting that lion walked just a few yards from pumps running in the river and people sitting in chairs. It's nuts.
When I was up at Chris's country, I had one come into camp with 6 dogs tied out.
Not even 100 yards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
I think
50
there's
yards.
no
what I
use to
tried
not
to
being
do?
seen. It don't matter.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I tried to be quick, right? Instead of just putting the dogs down and trying to trail it out, I said that line jumped off of there and it's going to walk that. And we tried to go down, and we probably should have just put the dogs down and trailed it because it was that night. But I tried to guess it, and I tried to do the little shortcut, and that shortcut cost us that line instead of trailing it all day.
Yep.
Sometimes you think
found
you're
it.
helping and you're hurting.
Well, I found the track down in that draw when we stopped. Right there in that little rocky section.
Ruben used to tell me, he'd say, Cody, can you smell that cat? I'd say, no, but I can see his track. And shut up and let them dogs do their job. He'd get tired of me trying to help them dogs all the time.
Yeah.
But I'm flying to Milwaukee. I'll see y'all
Yep.
mañana.
See you guys.
Yep.
See y'all.
Tell Casey that don't get so fired up next time, or I'm going to send Derek to do a job in Globe, Arizona, Young, Arizona, wherever he lives. We'll see you guys.
later.
See ya.
Well, there you have it, guys. That's how it is. Oh, who's still on? Cody, move. Big conversation, 4 hours, a bunch of hounds, guys. Like I said, it's kind of probably like lasagna and spaghetti. It's all noodles, it's all tomato sauce. So, I mean, everybody has their opinion. Got a little rowdy, but appreciate the rest of you guys that stayed on for 4 hours. I'll probably break this up into 2 podcasts. So if you guys want to share it, get onto it. If you guys want to donate to AWDA or go to Working Dog Alliance, we have some stuff going on this year. So if you're still here, spread the word. I'll just say we're putting out. No, I'm not going to say that. We're going to do some stuff. You'll know when it comes. Thank you guys for coming. And remember, guys, keep your powder dry and stay safe out there.
Well,